live, breathe. next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more fighting on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an
liberal, happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fake mill, yes. Forced government euthanasia, la chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
I wanna be next to you right now. See, I
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing day, whatever time it is for you, whatever time zone you are in, afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is. The 22nd of February, Sunday, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from a 2D field, believe it or not. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv. youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on a life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future, where we find ourselves dealing with not Asmongold, but Asmonbot, as in bought and paid for. No, chat, I actually don't know about that, but he is botted to the gills, apparently. If you know, by his claim through no fault of his own, it's impossible to know. That's the fucked up thing about botting, is it's impossible to know who's doing it. Is it a friend? Is it an enemy? It could be either. I mean, as long as Asmongold doesn't suffer any consequences for being botted, it's probably actually a good thing for him. If you know how Twitch goes, it's that streams are sort of sorted. I mean, there's no algorithm per se, but there are streams that you're more likely to see. There's streams that get featured on the front page. I think that's, you know, Twitch, somebody at Twitch, you know, deciding to put the stream there. Yeah, we're at 2. Wow, I can't talk, chat. I sound like Betterman trying to talk. We're at 2. Chat, is that what Betterman sounds like? That's botted, not botted. I mean, we're about to... We're about to find out. I don't know, chat. We're trying to get botted to the guild tonight here on YouTube and Twitch.com. But yeah, Asmongold, you know, it could be like, so the TLDR is that, you know, you do get more attention. You get more new people coming in. That's what I'm trying to point out, right? You get featured in more places. You get shown more prominently. If you are, in fact.
09 super chatted $5. The bots are going to teach Hasan a lesson by boosting his...
Is that what they're doing? Yeah, there we go. I mean, look, as long as, you know, that's all that happened. It's a really kind of fucked up thing. Like, bots on Twitch have been a problem for a while. And there's been times when Twitch has signaled that it was going to deal with the problem in some way. And, well... I mean, however the problem is being dealt with, God damn it, I just realized, Will, you should have gotten credit for that, right? That is a super chat of the teal variety or higher. In fact, teal, exactly, if I were to say. So wait, what do we have here? It's putting a butterfly in, putting my hair, putting a butterfly, I can't type, a butterfly. I don't know if the butterfly needs to be capitalist, chat, capitalist? Capitalized. We're not writing in German after all. Butterfly, Butterfly. I don't even know how to say that. Butterfliegen? Is that how you say it in German? Chat, it's not a Butterfliegen, is it? That sounds like Swedish to me, but it's probably not Swedish either. It's probably just how my head is making up how other languages sound in words that I don't know. Put a butterfly in my hair. That's what I'm trying to type here, in my hair, and exclamation point, and start that goal. All right, so it says we need It says we need 10 super chats. In reality, we already have one. And that's thanks to Will. Thank you, Will. We already have one super chat. If we get 9 super chats more, let me know. And I will put a butterfly right in my Herren. Is that right, chat? Is that how you say it in German? You say the plural for hair. I think in most languages, right? English is weird because just like you have your skin, we don't say these are my skins, like, right? I'm not thinking of like the different cells or, right? I don't think of this as my skins. I think of it as my skin. But I think in other language, you do think of it as your hairs, which is actually probably more correct. So what's up? People are already voting in the Talrico versus Crockett race. And yeah, there's already a lot of politics going on that. You know, some of it prompted by the president's FCC Chairman Carr. Is that his name? Brendan Carr? Am I thinking of the right guy, chat? It's hard to keep. This is the problem with freaking the Trump administration. There's a lot of dudes. There's so many dudes to keep track of. I mean, there's some chicks too, but there's a lot of dudes mostly. It's mostly a lot of dudes that you try to keep. Like I'm having trouble, chat, keeping MAGA Mike Johnson in the chairman of the Speaker of the House, and MAGA Mike Lee over in the Senate. That fucking ghoul. I'm trying to keep them separate, right? Even though they're totally true. Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like Mike Lee could fit 2 Mike Johnsons inside of him if he wanted to. He could have two Johnsons at one. I mean, he could fit 2 Johnsons inside of. No, chat. I'm trying to say is he could. I'm not saying. This is an IHIP, chat. I'm not saying that Mike Johnson likes Johnsons, or that Mike Lee could take a certain number of Johnsons. I'm trying to just describe the size relative of the mic in the Senate and the mic. I mean, I'm sure there's multiple mics, chat. You gotta have multiple mics, right? I mean, we only have one mic here, right? If this mic goes, we're fucked, right? I operate with one mic, but most people have multiple mics, tons of mic everything, right? That's what they say, chat. Yeah, the petite mic, right? The petite mic versus the based mic. They call him based Mike Lee because he's just a fucking chud. He's a turd. He says, I think it's because he was one of these guys that just, you know, when Trump started to get popular and MAGA started getting popular, this is the guy that would just say shit that senators shouldn't say. Although I don't know, I feel like they have said. Dick Cheney was a senator. Didn't he tell somebody to fuck off in the halls of Congress? So it's not like unheard of. Will says Talrico has this religious angle that could maybe play well in some Texans, but who knows? It's gonna. Yeah, I've had people ask me, is Talrico an evangelical basically? And I'm like, not to my knowledge, not as far as I know. I've heard nothing of the sort of Talrico being. I know he's religious, yeah, and I guess, you know, somebody that likes to talk about religion, somebody that you know, like, because there's 2 ways, right? I don't know. There's the ways that the way that the Republicans will wrap themselves in the flag and in the cross, and it's just so over the top, right? But then with the left, you've got some candidates that are like, and I also. You know, I feel that my walk with Jesus has been crucial to the kind of, you know, the kind of politician that I've become or whatever. Like they'll try to, but it's always awkward, right? A lot of times you're like, are you really? You don't seem like a Jesus person, right? You don't seem like I don't know. Like, and there's different kinds of Jesus people too, right? Like my dad was like technically a Christian, but I always got the feeling that he thought it was all a metaphor to keep people from killing each other. I think that's how my dad viewed Christianity. Like, I don't know. He never told, he never, copped to this, right? Because this would be horrible. My mom would be like, listen, okay, I'm gonna need you up in heaven after I die, and if you don't say like Jesus is the #1 dude in the whole universe, then you're not coming with me, and that's not acceptable. Progressive Christians defend 2S LGBTQIA plus rights. Yeah, and really progressive churches do a lot to do what Jesus did in the Bible, which was feed the poor half of the time, right? They actually think that kind of thing is important. They're not supply side Jesus the way that the Republicans are, the way that they've mixed. Like, you know what the Republicans are doing right now? Like, there's an active campaign in the right-wing thought sphere. There's an active campaign. I feel like I should change we don't have enough people in Twitch, do we? I feel like I should change the Twitch title. Should I change the Twitch title? I don't think my Twitch title is as good as my YouTube title, right? I think I had regrets, and now I'm seeing the chat be really slow over there on Twitch, and it's making me sad because I know chat can be so much more. Wait, what? Oh, you can only change the category? Wait, what? Oh no, here we go. Okay, let's call this Asmon Bot. Yeah, Asmon. How about Asmon Bot? Asmon Bot invades Hasan's chat with the help of his robot friends. Yeah, he's got robot friends, chat. Do you know about Asmongold's robot friends? We're gonna potentially hear the voice of some of those robot friends. In other words, the friends that are helping him out with robots, that being bots, that being like fake viewers on Twitch. So yeah, I should probably go over some definitions really quickly just to make sure that we are all on the same page here. I gotta make sure that everybody knows that when you watch the stream, there is on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever, there's it counts you as a viewer, right? And if 2 people watch the stream, there's 2 viewers, and if 10 people watch the stream, like there's a count. There's a count on either one, and these counts are important in terms of YouTube, and in fact, they're very important in terms of YouTube and Twitch deciding like who to show a stream to, right? I mean, YouTube's got a whole algorithm that I think has something to do with the way it handles videos. I guess it's a little bit different with live streams, but and then Twitch is even like more so of a kingmaker system. That means that they're reinforcing people's ability to draw numbers, right? And so, I mean, it does suck for small streamers. Twitch is not made, to get you discovered. But if you do hit large, so it ends up in a catch-22, right? Like, well, if I want to have lots of people take a look at my stream, see if I'm any good or not, see if they would like watching my stream, I gotta have big numbers. But I'm looking at this 0, and that's what most streamers do their whole fucking time, is stare at that big 0, because it's kind of weird, like, right? You gotta have a weird twist of fate happen or something, or be cursed or blessed by some kind of internet god in order to stir the waters in the deep spaces of the lowest of the low streams, because it's not just you streaming to 0 people. If you're streaming to 0 people, it's you and a whole bunch of people out there, right? And it's kind of weird, and it kind of feels unfair, right? I think there's tons of there's tons of really good streamers, really interesting people with great ideas, really fun people that people would enjoy, that probably just get kind of buried in the algorithm. And, it's super unfair, but I'm not here to complain about, my lot in life. Like I said, I'm more lucky than most people, and I count that as a blessing. But yeah, Twitch uses that, especially like the number of viewers that you have, to decide, does a new viewer see your stream as an option? Is your stream prominently displayed, right? So if you do get those high numbers, even if it is from bots, like with Asmongold, right? What we're talking about is, I don't even know what they are, right? It's some kind of program that I guess like looks like a viewer of Twitch or YouTube, and it goes and watches a stream, but it's not really a person there. Yo, Joel, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 13 months for you. So yeah, this is, yeah, and it brings us up to 13. Whoa, isn't that crazy? Oh, Coinky Dink? I think not. I think there are no Coinky Dinks, not on twitch.com. Sorry, twitch.tv, youtube.com. Let's keep it straight, chat. But anyway, yeah, we're going to be watching the moment that Hasan starts to look at, I think, Asmongold's numbers. And I mean, this has happened before, right? It's an open secret that Asmongold, you know, has a number of, there's a good number of fake viewers or bots, right? In Asmongold's chat, right? I can't really speak to how prominent the problem is on YouTube, but it's definitely there in very visible ways on Twitch, right? Now, what's the impact? I mean, as far as I've heard, you're talking like 30,000, 40,000 viewers that just kind of get added on to sort of double Asmongold's, you know, stream size. And then, and then the result of that is that there's a lot of more people that see Asmongold and do you like this? Do you like Chud Takes? Do you like Yeah Based? Do you think it's Yeah Based? Then you know, maybe you'll like, you know, there's a lot more people that get exposed that have the chance of agreeing. Yeah Based, right? You know, if you didn't see Asmongold, you'd never know Yeah Based, but you know, Twitch shows you his channel, you tune in and you say Yeah Based, and you're a roach. You're a roach for life. So that fake viewer, that whoever it was in chat, we really don't know, and it's kind of pointless to speculate. I believe me, like, this is a thing that we've dealt with on Twitch for a long time. But that new roach is there by virtue of the bot of the fake viewers of the bots. And so obviously that's not exactly fair. But anyway, people just kind of deal with it, and I mean, he's a big streamer anyway. There's a lot of legitimate chuds in his chat watching him and saying Yeah Based. I'm not trying to deny that. I'm not trying to say that they're like Asmongold has no viewers. I mean, I guess 100% botted. Like the thumbnail says, that is what we call hyperbole. Yeah, it's hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic saying he's 100% botted when, from what I can tell, it's more like 50% probably. I don't know, chat. I'm not a fucking expert on this shit. But there are things that you can look at, apparently. People that are smarter than me, you know, have looked at Asmongold's chat and said that, you know, that there's some kind of computation you can do with like the number of chats versus the number of viewers to tell you like how many actual viewers you probably have. I don't know how reliable that is, but people have done it on Asmongold and, you know, concluded that there's very few or there's a lot of bots in there. Yeah, we got the robot friends. Yeah, I had to change it, chat, because I thought the title was better on YouTube, right? I included that robot friends thing. You know, this really is a MST3K kind of situation here with Asmongold. This is, you know, he's like a MST3K villain that's constantly trying to get Hasan. He's sending Hasan cheesy movies, okay? The worst he can find, Yeah Based, and Hasan has to go and react to them, and they'll monitor his mind, okay? Now keep track that Hasan cannot control when the drama begins or ends, but he'll have to sit and take 350k fake viewers with the help of Asmongold's robot friends. Can we get a robot roll call here? Just a second. Can we do a robot roll call? I'm trying to get a robot roll call in chat. Skyib, you just got weaseled. There's one weasel roll call. Okay, weasel roll call is just as good as if anybody wants to do that. Get on Crotchy with that. But Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Skyib. Skyib, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And it looks like, yeah, we are at 16 already on this. So we're wondering what this is. I should probably get into it now. This is the bonus poll, the bonus meter, right? The thing that we gotta feed, the kitty that needs to get fed in order to achieve bonus status. And the bonus status means that I get to stay on for, like, I always say like a little bit longer, but let's be real, the bonus content is usually very long, sometimes like twice as long. OTK loves the bots. Okay, good thing, good point, Oglobits. Thank you for reminding me and getting me on track. Yeah, if we can get this thing to 100 by the end of the stream, basically, and it goes up every time a dono happens, then I'll stick around and cover another topic. I'll get to those in a second, but yeah, Globitz is getting me back on track with this comment. OTK loves the bots. OTK is, I don't know, what exactly is? It's more than just a stream team, but I think that's one of the aspects of it. I think it is a stream team. Oh, please tell me I've got water nearby me. Sponsor, what is it? Sponsors, stream teams, organizations. There we go. That's the way to say it. Organizations that people are with when they're larger streamers, right? They partner with an organization, and it's thought by many that maybe the organizations are doing the bots, because it does seem to be that there's a correlation between whether you're is my music too loud, chat? I feel like music is incredibly loud. It's decently loud. Let's make it more decent. Mad decent, chat. OTK makes me think of one turn kill. What does it actually stand for? One true king? It's some kind of it's some kind of nerd, it's a video games thing, I guess, right? But yeah, people say that maybe other OTK creators, I don't know if people say this about other teams or organizations that different streamers are with, right? But what it does is sort of boost the profile, right? You could see why an organization would want to boost the profile of their streamers, and that's exactly what it does. But yeah, it kind of went nutty mode. Like, it's one thing, like, I get it's an open secret and nobody's doing anything about it, so I guess, Twitch is kind of okay with the, because if you think about it from Twitch's perspective, look, on one end, okay, there is a very real need to, to give reliable metrics to your advertisers, right? You don't want, too much inflation. And, inflation, what I'm talking about is like, the bots on Twitter or the bots on Twitch, right? The stats that Twitter gives for their, engagement, their activity, like how popular the site is, right? The kind of stats that you'd provide for a like advertiser, I don't get that. I don't think they're too reliable. But there's a reticence to sort of pull back on it because it obviously will immediately, like, if you cut out bot activity, which people love bots, right? Why do people want bots on Twitter? So they can make the threads that they like, go instantly viral. And it has the same sort of effect that I was talking about with Twitch, where, like, a boost in time will prompt like more. I mean, you could see how this happens, right? Something gets retweeted more, something gets liked more. Even if something, let's just say that it's all bots and they all have 0 followers, so the likes aren't actually putting the thread on a timeline that anybody's seeing, right? The likes aren't actually making the Twitter thread appear in anybody's feed, but when somebody does come across the thread by chance, they're like, ooh, that's a big thread, and they're, yeah, I guess just subconsciously more likely to, yeah. So there's even like a psychological component, I think, to this, right? In like people seeing 350K in Hasan's stream, makes people be like, okay, something like, what would you expect, right? Even imagine you didn't know who he was. You were just like news guy, political news guy on Twitch, has 350K in a stream. Do you think that it's about him? Do you think he's just that hot, or do you think maybe it could be that there is a event going on right now that people are? It makes it look like there's a some breaking news. So FD's Tyler Perry video, yeah, I watched all of it. It's a 4-hour video, chat, but it kind of just like, I mean, sit your ass down and get comfortable. Obviously you can watch it. It's got, I think it's in 3 parts, right? So you can watch it in parts if you want to. But I just went ahead and binged it because it's that good. But yeah, bots. Yeah, they're They're all over Twitch. They're probably on YouTube. They're infamous on Twitter, and you know, there have been attempts by Twitch to curtail them. One that I should probably talk about was a day. It was crazy, right? Because this day showed that if Twitch really wanted to, I think they could just turn them off. Like, I think they could just disable them, because they did. And there were multiple streamers that went on to multiple large streamers that went on to a fraction of their audience. And the effect of this, chat, is like look, it ties into streamers' egos. Okay, I don't care what the streamer, what topic they're covering, like who the streamer is, right? If you take somebody down from, like, you know, they like, because like, how many of these streamers that are botted actually believe? Like, if you don't look into it too hard, you know what I mean? If you're not, oh my god, there are tools to like, there's tools to like kind of look at this stuff, and but I'm sure a lot of people don't use them. And if you're not like super into that stuff, and nobody's like telling you, hey, this is, you know, I saw your numbers go up by 5,000. I think you're botted. I think you're being botted, right? If you didn't know, I'm sure there could be some people that just wouldn't realize, and then all of a sudden they go on. They're used to having, I don't know. Let's say that they're used to having, you know, 2,000 people watch them, and they come on stream. Same kind of stream, same kind of title, nothing's wrong, nothing's weird, and they got like less than 1,000, right? That causes like an immediate questioning of like, oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? Like, have I lost my touch, right? People really do. Wait, what? I'm reading some crazy shit from chat. For the record, I don't think I called anyone an incel. I don't know where that's coming from. In my chat is not where I'd expect the incels to be. Oh, the conversation about what, looks maxing or something? I guess, yeah, we got into a little bit of a looks maxing conversation the other day with the Adam Friedland interviewing Clavicular. I always forget the guy's name. I don't know, chat. There's memes I may be unaware of, and trying to discern them maybe not the best use of my time. If your shoulders are bigger than your head, wait, what? Hasan got botmogged. Yeah, he kind of did. Yeah, so anyway, when the bots got purged, Asmongold, I believe, stopped streaming. And I don't think he streamed again until a few days later, basically, when the bots, you know, had come. And I don't know how that works, right? I don't know if it's just that like they can do a purge, and then like new bots can be introduced, and in order to, I don't know how it works. It's vehicular, yeah, it is now. Or how did he get out of that court thing? Right, being charged with, didn't he get charged with vehicular, not manslaughter, but recklessness or something? So anyway, so it is a fairly well-established open secret that there is magnification of Asmongold's numbers by bots, right? From what I've seen, it looks like Asmongold is actually, you know, he has a similar size stream to, if you were to take all the bots off, it looks like Asmongold's got a similar size stream to Hasan, which, you know, shouldn't be that surprising. They're, you know, political stream for the right, political stream for the left, right? You got, but, you know, it's hard to say for sure. It's hard to say for sure. So today, Hasan, or not today, yesterday, no, 2 days ago. Yes, 2 days ago, I think is when this started. Hasan, we're gonna have to look at it, chat. because I'm not exactly sure how it started. I know that Hasan started looking at Asmongold's chat. There was weird stuff going on with Asmongold's chat. Usually it's what, around 70,000, is that right? Is that a average number for Asmongold, 70,000? And somehow it was like over 100. It was something 100,000, right? And so it's new. It becomes news around Twitch. Like people start talking like, hey, look at that. Looks like some, because like, look, there's reasons that can happen. Like if Kai Cenat has like a special event, yeah, there's gonna be a fuck ton. That's gonna be a huge stream, right? That's not somewhere where somebody would say, oh, there's some botting. Around 50,000 is his normal number. Okay. Flies orbit Asmongold's crotch, possibly, yeah. But yeah, somehow Hasan starts looking at, and I guess a lot of people on Twitch were kind of looking at Asmongold's numbers, like go up and down, and it's okay. So Dan BV is saying it's Hasan plus 10K, right? So that I've heard this theory before. There's a lot of people that say like, you know. That seems to be the correlation, right? Is that whatever Hasan's at, Asmongold is going to be like X amount high. I thought it was more than 10K above. But yeah, you could understand why he'd do that, right? You know, it just kind of keeps him as like, yeah, well, I guess people just like my analysis a little bit better than Hasan's. They're tired of the wokeness, and they come for the based. They come for the based. They come for the cockroaches. They come for the Dr. Pepper. They come for the bloody teeth. Like, and the blood, like, dripped on the wall. Oh my God. Last week, Alec Gunter was going to debate a person for the UK. The person had a brainwave of the yellow jacket stereotype. It was painful to watch. Whoa. I don't know what that means, Arvin Trevino, but it sounds based. No, just kidding. I'm sorry. I got on this Asmongold base thing. Did I really not? Okay, I'm gonna have to grab water at some point, chat, because the rats come for the Rat King. So anyway, Hasan starts looking at Asmongold's chat, and then weirder stuff starts to happen. Like Hasan's chat starts to go up. He starts to like talk about this metric, and I can't. I mean, I guess we'll see it, right? He'll say it. You know, we'll watch him talk about it, so we'll figure out what this is. But this is some kind of metric that, you know, like I said, is supposed to kind of divide the number of viewers you have by the amount of engagement you're getting, and sort of tell you how, you know, real your audience is, like how many people are, you know, actually there, and how many people might be bots. And it's very low amount of people, or whatever these ratings are. They're very low for Asmongold, in indicating that there are a number of bots in his channel. And then Hasan was like, here, look at mine, right? And his is much higher, right? His is like always much higher. So then all of a sudden the bots start to flood into Hasan's chat, right? And I think it went up to 350K. At that point, chat, whatever that metric is that Hasan had, like, you know, very high dropped very low. So it was almost like the bot, whoever's running the bots, was aware of what Hasan was saying and was like kind of sending the bots into his chat in order to troll him, right? Of like, oh, you think you have a very high, you know, whatever this number is, huh? Not so high now, is it? Not so, it looks like Hasan is botting, right? And that's kind of the fear, right? The botting thing is like a hot potato, except you can't control when somebody throws it to you, right? And theoretically, somebody that's left holding it could get banned, right? Twitch has a botting problem. They probably need to do something about it. It causes a lot of problems. It's caused problems for years and years and years. But wait, it's Destiny? Where? Destiny got unbanned. There we go. That would be a big stream, for the record, if that were to happen. Now, Direful Pot saying it's very likely Dan Saltman, but who knows? Yeah, a lot of people are speculating that. So yeah, here's like, I mean, it makes sense that it's somebody with money. It makes sense that it's somebody with a lot of time on their hands. But you know, that could be a lot of people. That could be a lot of people, right? Not necessarily, but yeah, Dan Saltman is like entirely. I mean, if you think of it from Dan's perspective, right? If you want Hasan not to be the #1 political streamer, then that's one way to do it. You know, find you know, his nearest competition and just boost them with, and if you do it long enough and you're not detected, right? And like I said, if it ends up in long-term Asmongold getting more people following, more people seeing him, right? Then it kind of at some point becomes Asmongold actually is like a very large streamer, right? He's just had a better, it's like he's got more fertilizer. That's what this is, right? The bots, the numbers, the fake numbers, they almost act as fertilizer, right? So yeah, while Hasan being botted for a few hours in the last 2 days has not caused him to get banned, it probably has brought a few more people into his stream. But anyway, so we got to get to going. I think I've explained heartily, chat, what we're going to be covering today, and I should explain to you what we could be covering, right? If we get to the fun half. So we got the free half, right? The free half I do regardless, right? You know, I decide what to cover. I put it on a thumbnail. I tell you all about it, and I cover that in the free half, in the first half, right? And it's up to you to decide what we watch in the fun half. And indeed, if we get to the fun half, we're actually 16% of the way to the fun half right now. So we're already partway there, much like Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer, etc., etc., etc. But I need your input, okay? I need your help to decide what we are actually going to cover. Here, let me get this chat popped out at long last. All right, so I see that we have 35 votes so far. Okay, so make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. You can do that at youtube.com/nocommentchick. Just click on the stream, which should be going right now, and you too will be able to vote, right? Right now, we got a really close matchup between Hasan and how 4chan made the alt-right. This is a video essay that I think is pretty good. It seems like from somebody who really knows their shit. Right? So somebody who knows the actually where 4chan came from, right? A lot of people may not know there was a website before 4chan called Something Awful that 4chan is somewhat of a spin-off of. And you know, if you covered the history of Poll and everything, you know that 8chan, you know, the super vile racist website, was a spin-off of 4chan, right? So it's not uncommon for a certain type of content to pop off on one of these websites to be disruptful and then to get banned, and then for the people that were into that kind of content to make their own website, right? So Something Awful, website that talked about a lot of different things. One day they realized there were people who wanted to talk about anime, and so they begrudgingly created a forum for that, and after becoming, and then saw a bunch of loli and Shotokan like show up in there, right? And they're like, get this the fuck out of there, right? So they end up banning, long story short, they end up banning the weebs, the anime fans, and then that created 4chan, right? That 4chan filled that space, right? That's why, you know, it started out with anime stuff, right? So that's yeah, like I said, a video essay. Direful Pot, thank you for re-upping your Weird Champ membership. Wait, did I see it? Is there a message with that? There might be it, so because sometimes there's a message. Nope, it's just this. There we go. So yeah, that's in second place. Third place, we've got the ShamWow Goes MAGA. I hate to break it for you. If you're a fan of do you remember the ShamWow guy? He was, you know, just on all these late night infomercials, and he was selling some rag that you're supposed to clean your car with called the ShamWow. It's apparently a really good rag for cleaning your car. Like all the other rags suck, but the ShamWow, you need to get the ShamWow. Yeah, and then he did the slap chop. That's where he says, "You're gonna love my nuts." He has some device where he, like, you know, can put garlic or nuts or whatever he wants to, onions, whatever he wants to chop on the table, and this device goes like on top of it, and you just slap it, slap it, slap it, and it's chopped. I mean, I'm sure you've seen these before, right? There's a lot of imitators, many imitators. None can be as good as the original slap chop. But yeah, a whole bunch of different devices and a whole bunch of different infomercials this guy was on, and then he got in trouble for assaulting a sex worker. His claim is that the sex worker bit his tongue, and he had to assault the sex worker to stop his tongue from being bitten. I don't know, chat, but he is back, and he is MAGA. He is MAGA now. He has gone full MAGA, and he's running for office, right? He probably won't win, but oh my god, chat, he's got a little cult behind him. So anyway, Rebecca Watson has that story for us today. That is, oh my god, wait, sorry, that's 4th place. Sorry, 3rd place is Ethan's #1 orbiter accused of a cover-up. Chat, one in chat if you know who Nicholas Diorio is. Nicholas Diorio, Nicholas Deodorant. Anyone know who I speak? Nicholas Diorio was, for as long as I have been on the internet, Nicholas Diorio was somewhat the king of the commentary community, right? He's not exactly a right-winger, but he hates woke shit. He's kind of hard to explain. He's as if I don't know. If misogyny, ableism, and a slight tinge of queerphobia were to become some kind of a mold culture, I think it would look a lot like Nicholas Diorio. I think that's what you would have, right? He's like this, this kind of gelatinous goo that's grown out of the internet, right? And he's big shit, right? You don't fuck with him because he heads the cabal, as they call it, which is some kind of group chat for all the commentary people. So if you're wondering where SlopTube comes from, you know, nicknames like Nicholas Diorio, Turkey Tom, or if you go back far enough, Augie RFC, are part of it. But well, I said Turkey Tom, chat. There's been some revelations about Turkey Tom. I have not looked into them, right? But you know, if you've ever seen like a video essay about like 4chan, I don't know, grooming femboys or like, you know, some weird, a furry that murdered somebody, or it's very likely like a Turkey Tom video, right? He's very prolific, right? He makes these video essays on like just kind of the internet commentary. He's like a catfish at the bottom of the pond that is just like scooping up all the everything that falls to the bottom of all the detritus that falls to the bottom of the pond. He's just like eating it and growing, and he's grown quite large. But then he was exposed, right? Some issue with, I don't even know, chat. Can anybody explain the Turkey Tom drama to me? He's like a better Turkey Tom, yeah, like a less slightly less. I don't know though. But anyway, they're friends. Nick and Tom, they're friends, right? They're part of the, you know, sort of group chat that's colloquially referred to as the Cabal. And recently, yeah, Turkey Tom was exposed for, I think it might have been domestic violence, chat. I don't entirely, like, I don't know what's true. I don't know what's false about Turkey Tom. Like I said, I have not looked into it. But yeah, now, like I said, Nick Diorio and Turkey Tom, but you know, either of these guys, right? They're like catfish at the bottom of the pond. They swim around and they're looking for, like, you know, whatever little snacks, little morsels like fall down to the bottom of the pond. And so normally when somebody like a big chunk of meat like Turkey Tom falls to the bottom of that pond, you know, Nicholas Diorio, you know, if Tom's not getting it, it's gonna be Nick, right? And Nick's not biting. He's holding back. He's treating people that are friends of his, people that are co-workers, I don't know, but, you know, sort of in that same group, you know, sort of coordinate with each other, like, you know, fundamentally different than if this was Hasan, like, fucking game over, right? Game over. It wouldn't matter what was true and what was false. Nick would be all over it, right? And this is the guy that is glazing Ethan these days. This is the one guy that's come by to try to serve the drama slop audience for what we call EHD content. Stands for Ethan, Hasan, Destiny, I think. But yeah, roughly, you know, similar stuff to what we cover sometimes. Around Tom, there's abuse allegations and alleged blackmail. Okay, I don't even know about this. That's crazy. But anyway, so yeah, another content creator just, you know, made a comment, or like another commentary creator did some commentary and said that this might be the beginning of the big sweep. The fact that Diorio's not covering it, right? And then he went on vacation to Vietnam, of all places. And yeah, we're talking about the fallout with Chud Logic. We were talking about the fallout with Chud Logic. So there's accusations flying both ways. This is, believe it or not, Ethan Klein's biggest orbiter, right? Like one of the only like, I don't know. Look, you could, like, as an orbiter, there's certain shit expected of you, and I don't think that Girl with a Microphone and Harvey from Epic Mealtime are exactly cutting it for it. You got to understand, like with like Xander Hall and Vosh, like Xander Hall was a little attack dog for Vosh, right? And I know that Harvey and Girl with a Microphone are trying to be that, but like, you know, that dog doesn't have much of a bar. It's got more bark than bite, and it doesn't have much bark. So yeah, I don't know what to say. But Nick Diorio is serving that purpose, which is kind of weird because on some level, I don't know, he seems too big to be an orbiter. But you know, Tom was an orbiter for Destiny, so I guess, you know, it makes sense for Diorio to orbit Ethan. And when I say orbit, I'm talking about like somebody that's going to cover, you know, you do a nuke on Hasan, somebody that's going to cover it and be like, oh God, Ethan annihilated him. Hasan is completely over now. That's the role, right? So, something comes out from Hasan or iDubbbz, you're like, oh, what was he thinking putting this out? This is ridiculous. Oh, this makes him look really bad, right? It's just fucking PR flack, right? And that's what Chud Logic is accusing Nick Diorio of being, and believe it or not, that's like a sad place for him to be in his career. It's something I can't exactly figure out because it seemed like he sort of had this game sewn up, right? You know, I mean, like the way that the commentary community works is that, you know, you generally take your turn in the barrel, right? You being a commentary creator are subject to, like, you know, if there's something, if your laundry is stinky, right, somebody's gonna pull it out and show your shit stains, right, and make a drama stream about look at these Diorio shit. And Nick doesn't get subjected to that, right, because he's at the top of the he's at the top of the pyramid, conceptually speaking, right? And now maybe, chat, we're gonna get a look at you know, what you always wanted, a look at Nicholas Diorio's laundry from Chud Logic. If you pick that one. We're not picking that one right now. I think is that the fourth place? Vosh, someone I heard about. Oh, yeah, Vosh is definitely up. Oh, okay, because I was, yeah, relating it to Vosh's. I'm just talking about the concept of orbiters, like how it works, why Diorio is an orbiter for Ethan now, and the Matt Walsh. Is he like Matt Walsh from The Wire? Do you mean in terms of politics? Just so I'm really clear. Like Diorio, Turkey Tom, these guys, they're not left and they're not right, if that makes sense, right? They're very centrist coded, right? You know, I think like they just have a general antipathy, I guess, is what I'd say, to like wokeness and to like, but they're not, you know, like I don't think they're hardcore right wingers either. Anyway, chat, I feel like I've explained everything on this. The only thing I haven't explained is how do we get this? Like, how do you get the candy to come out of the machine, right? Well, you got to put money in the machine, and the money goes in here in the form of super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick or on Twitch, right? That works as well. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, no judgment, you can hook that baby up. You can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account and get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all the emotes and the ability to rewind the stream in real time, which is apparently the new thing that Twitch is pushing with their subs. The subs, if you don't have Prime, they do cost $6. It is twice as much as it is on YouTube. I understand that's, you know, pretty expensive for people. You could possibly be gifted one. That does happen. That can happen. That does happen. It's more likely to happen to you though if you're active in the chat, right? So that's your best bet if you can't afford a sub for yourself. You might just be, you know, get one anyway, just for your good takes, right? And we always like to see people get rewarded for their good takes. But yeah, bits and subs also make this content machine spit out more candy. And yeah, if we get to 100, I'll stick around and cover one extra topic. If we get to 200, I'll stick around and do 2. If we get to 300, I will do 3, etc., etc. That's how it works. I also need to give you video games, chat. I owe you video games, right? I also need to thank somebody over on yeah, Will just re-upped the membership, as did, and Narwhal just gave out 5 YouTube memberships. So Super Mike, you just got weaseled. Christina 17, you just got weaseled. Friars 8854, you just got weaseled. Haruhi Suzimaya, you just got weaseled. Valley 2 Peaks, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Also Will just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So congratulations. That puts it up to 37 according to Narwhal, and yeah, we're 37% of the way towards bonus content. Something else I should mention is if you do donate, when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see me cover, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a percentage and adding it to the score of the poll at the end of the stream. You can also, if that sounds unfair, if you're like, I don't like the idea of donors deciding all this stuff, you can say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, hey, I want the donations to count for less, and I want the votes to count for more, right? That's Vox Populi. Or you can put excessive pressure on me, as if I even need it, to do more video game streams, which I owe you like 4 of, chat. We need to find a time to make that happen. I need to find a way to make that happen. I think there's days that I take off that I'm like, you know, I could do a video game stream today, but I'm kind of like, just like, but how do I get people like in? Because if I say video games, right, it, like the way that YouTube works, they're like, oh, your chat doesn't like video games though. We're not going to show those notifications. This is not what they're into, right? We'll send you 3 randos to watch your video gaming stream, and like, you know, it's for members. It's for you know, community members, right? Like that's why I'm doing the video game streams, for fun. And just like the nature of YouTube is it doesn't tend to show you content that you're not accustomed to watching on a channel. So I gotta get past that somehow, but I will somehow. And because we need to. Do bots like video games? We should find out. Oh god, I can't afford bots. For anybody that's asking, you know, like, it sounds pretty beneficial. It sounds like there's a lot of positives, not many drawbacks, chat. I think they're very, very expensive. I think that's probably the aside from possibly getting banned from, you know, your platform. Well, maybe we'll just have to plan it in advance. Is it possible to plan something in advance? I don't think it is. Because any particular day, chat, Trump could, like, I don't know, declare martial law. I'm sorry, I don't mean to raise your stress levels or your cortisol. I'm just being real, right? The nature of news in the United States of America right now is very chaotic, and it makes it so hard to plan, but that doesn't mean I should not endeavor to try and sally forth, I will, chat. So anyway, yeah, like I said, 37%. If we get to 100%, I'll stick around and watch one of these topics. If we get to 200, I will watch 2 of these topics, and you know how to make this thing go up. This thing down here, right? 1 out of 10, it says right now. That is for super chats. I have given you 2 hours and 11 minutes to put together 9 super chats. We've already got 1. It says that you got to do 10, but in reality, 1 has already happened. And I'm giving you credit for that one. So if we could get to 9, I will place the butterfly in my hair once again. And how much bots get paid? Yeah, no, it sounds like a good gig. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I could. It's a great remote gig to be a bot. Wouldn't that be? That's what your job. What is your job? What is your job? Oh, I watch Asmongold actually. For Dan Saltman. Yeah, he pays me to watch Asmongold. It's great. Crazy chat.
At
Crazy.
Chenta super chatted $5. Beep boop.
Beep boop to you too, Chenter. And there we go. We're 2 out of 10 on that butterfly goal. And we'll see if we get there today. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But I need to get... I need to thank my Patreons. Okay, one last thing I gotta do before we start the stream is thank my Patreons. Everybody that supports me at the $5 level and above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're near the beginning, let's do those now. If my page will load. There we go. All right, shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Woke Stalin. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette Chamber. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Murray Noape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Timberland Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Rachel. Shouts out to Omega Star. And shouts out to Zara Xerix. Fancy shout out to Omega Star, to Rachel K, and to Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. Penguin Zero clearly superior. We'll find out. Let's jump into it, chat. Let's see what we got going on today. Oh, look at this. Wait, did I think this was gonna be bonus content. Look at this, chat. I gotta show you this anyway. What happened to Pisco? Is he doing like a Hollywood Hulk Hogan arc or something? Is he doing it? Is he a heel? Maybe he's the heel for Live and Learn now. So he's got a, I don't know. I guess Pisco and Hutch had a fight. I'm not super interested in that. I want to jump into this Asmongold thing, right? Oh yeah, I was gonna show you like in order, maybe. Yeah, the day of. Okay, I think I've got it. Okay, and this is thanks to Rave. Rave, you gave me this timestamp. I have not forgotten, even though I searched it out on a on a different video because I wanted to put it on YouTube. But yeah, you're the reason that I have this timestamp, so thank you. All right, let's go in here. And we're just gonna look, this is gonna be like as if you're a Hasanabi Piker viewer, and you're watching the in his stream as this happens, as the situation with the bots unfolds.
I'm very up to date with this stuff, and talk about it all the time. Very transparently. Like I just brought up the fact that my highest viewership was 314,000. If you notice, like the bots picked up and they're now jumping up again.
Okay, wait. Okay, I thought that I brought us. I think okay, so it's like you've called out Asmongold before for botting. What makes it different this time? Yo, that's got to be the botter or something, right? That's gotta be like somebody who knows what's going on. I don't know. Let me rewind it a little bit more. Now I'm curious. Yeah, it looks like it started slightly before this. Let's see if we could find out like where. And if anybody has watched the stream and can like help me zero in, I just want to find out where the bot situation first comes up for Hasan.
On the last election night.
The UK government say they formally recognise Palestine to protect the viability of a two-state solution and create a path towards lasting peace. Hackney Council, meanwhile, told us they're committed to taking further steps towards divesting their pension fund investments. But with Labour's control of councils across the country at risk, every new Palestine pledge adds to the pressure. Amanda Acast, Sky News, Hackney.
Recently, there's been a lot of talk about the idea of Palestinian statehood. But what would that actually look like?
The fact that the news put Labour friends of isn't real on the screen while he talked about foreign policy issues impacting councils is funny. You have to understand, it was quite difficult to find the one.
I mean, I guess I could try
arrested for pedophilia.
I could try finding, looking at the transcript.
What's even the point of you botting you? It just vindicates what you were saying.
The fuck? Oh, it's before. It's before.
It's for people who don't know, who
Okay, shit. God damn. It looks like this was so this is one like just to explain, like, I don't know. I mean, you might have dealt, I tried not to do this in my chat. But you might have experienced a little something similar, right? We're talking about one thing. Somebody comes in, you know, this is more like the old days, right? Like it would always be like, we're talking about some political subject. Somebody comes in and says like Eris and Samantha are like in so-and-so in this place. They're talking shit. They're on this stream. They're talking shit about you. You know, and then like I get to decide, you know, do I interrupt what I'm doing and you know, watch the hate stream being conducted against me, or do I just like be like, we'll catch that later, right? It's an interesting sort of thing, but in this case, yeah, it's just like Twitch news, people coming in being like, hey, you know, looking at the you know, board of top streams, you know, you're there, you're the #1 stream. It says 300,000. So it sounds like at this point he's already been botted. I thought they were looking at Asmon's numbers first. I thought Asmon's numbers were the first ones that looked weird, like even for him. But yeah, it looks like they've already been. So yeah, it just ends up being like, you know, he's trying to talk about Israel, watching a video on the you know, attempt to create a Palestinian state from the Guardian, and people are coming in either I think here, let's just let's let him talk, but I know there I feel like I feel like this starts earlier.
what's even the point of view botting you? It just vindicates what you were saying. It's for people who don't know, who many of which will come in here and be like, oh my god, there's a lot of people watching, what the fuck's going on? But it's for people who don't know, so they can be like, Hasan is a view botter now or some shit.
Holy shit.
Maybe they
Chad, this is
I called out Asmongold. I called out Asmongold before for botting. What makes this time different? He was getting heavily botted today, more than usual. He had like 100K. And then as soon as I called it out, all the bots left Asmongold's stream and came here.
okay. So
Well,
this
not all the
started
bots,
earlier.
but some of the bots left Asmongold's stream.
This started early. This is why it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of a mystery, chat. I hope you're on board for it, because I am. I'm on board to help run down this mystery. And god damn, there's a lot of mentions of Asmongold. I'm guessing that most of these mention. Oh god. Chat. It's like through his whole stream. Wait, let's go back here. First mention at 37. Let's check this out. First time Asmongold gets mentioned. The other thing I need to see is like how does this transcript spell bots? Because it's, you know, it's I guess an AI transcription that it does automatically on like all videos. But sometimes it'll get like, for instance, it doesn't type out Asmongold, like Asmongold. It doesn't recognize that as one word. It sees it as two words, like Asmon first name, Gold last name, right? So, you know, so it can be hard to find stuff, but once you know sort of how it's, so I'm wondering with bots, is it going to say BOT or is it going to say BOGHT, right? What does it, does it know? Anyway, let's, this is the first time that Asmongold gets brought up here, right here.
No, I don't think so, but we'll see. Asmongold is so mean to you. It's so sad.
Wait, it's back. Asmongold?
Asmongold addresses people dying of easily preventable diseases. Fuck them, who cares? Yeah, these guys wear vice signaling on their fucking sleeve. Like they think this is awesome and base.
Okay.
It's awesome and base to just be like a villain. It's awesome and base to look gross. It's awesome and base to act gross. It is what it is. You know. You just gotta keep making fun of them. Are you gonna lose to Austin today? No, I don't think so, but we'll see. Asmongold is so mean to you. It's so sad. A positive tweet, W China. God, the city's the coolest place I've ever been. Yeah, once you go to China once, your worldview will shift rapidly. If you are a Westerner and all you've seen is a downward trajectory in the West, and then you go to China for the first time ever after hearing for years and years and years.
Okay.
You look at the world very different.
So that's him talking about a tweet about Asmongold. I don't think that's related to the bots. Let's take a look at 2 hours and 1 minute into the stream.
Not just foreign policy, but just economic policy now. Mr. Hasan, I'll be real talk now. What is your thing with Asmon? If you had to describe 2 sentences why you have such a thing with him, what is it? Is it because of your difference in political views? Yes, he is the opposite of me in every way, shape, and form. Yeah. He is a fascist grifter and a bad person in general.
About what tariffs they think
Next
that they
question.
might have to pay that then get changed. I mean, it has been changed. Someone calculated 60 times tariffs have changed between that day, Liberation Day, and today. I mean, that alone gives you a sense of just how confusing the picture is. And of course, markets globally
In like 10 minutes.
Oh, here we go. Oh shit, here we go. I found it, chat.
Excuse me. Can you please talk about Asmongold, who just keeps swinging wildly from 80,000 viewers to 65,000 viewers? Probably nothing weird going on there. Definitely not botted. Can you please talk about him so I can say, you're talking about him again and again?
I'll read you the post which came through around about an hour ago.
Yeah, he just went from 50K to 60K to 80K in a moment, in like 10 minutes. Love you, Asmon. Might want to read my previous chat message. Long-time viewer here, but never chatted. Zach, I have been watching you for a long time, but lately I see you becoming more out loud. Why is that? It was not you in the beginning. Asmongold was farming gold, not being a bit irritated about the nation or the world.
Outload? Oh, wait, outload. That's a video game term, isn't it? Chat, what's the whole thing in video games where your equipment, like in a FPS, what's that called? Is it called loadout? Outload. Anybody know what this chatter's talking about? Why doesn't he just have mods get rid of these comments? Wait, Hasan? Asmon has got to sleep on a mattress on the floor with no sheet for sure. Which is crazy, chat, because he could have a canopy bed, which if I had his money, if I had any fraction of his money, chat, the first thing I'd do is have a canopy bed. Anybody? It's called a loadout? You're saying outload. Does that mean anything, though? Does outload mean anything? Gamers in chat? It's loadout, yeah. Out loud, I guess could be it. Outspoken could be it, yeah. I mean, like, look, the chatter's not necessarily a brain genius, so maybe they don't know what they're talking about, right? It's an Asmongold chatter, so it was overwhelming. Chat was laggy, etc. You know what's funny is that it was the Hasan stream on YouTube fucked up my phone. Remember that big stream that he had the first day that he got banned, and he streamed on YouTube, and he had like I don't know what was it, 100,000, 150,000? I can't remember, chat. He was putting up Candace Owens numbers on YouTube, and it was breaking my phone. Somehow I guess YouTube servers couldn't handle it. Maybe Twitch's servers can't handle that many either, because it was I think it was more. Or whatever was in chat, right? Am I right about that, chat? Am I remembering correctly? Whatever the concurrence number was in Hasan's chat was even higher than it had been on YouTube. It's superfluous to his job at this point. Asmongold isn't exactly a top-tier propagandist, true.
Yeah.
It's lengthy, but I think it's kind of important. He said, based on a thorough, detailed and complete review of the ridiculous, poorly written and extraordinarily anti-American decision on tariffs issued yesterday after many months of contemplation by the US Supreme Court, please let this statement...
Dude, he's the one from 80K and dropped to 41K law. What? Yes, he is a fucking... I mean, I don't know if he's doing it himself, but his account is notoriously botted.
...and serve to represent that I, as President of the United States, will effective immediately raising the 10% worldwide tariff on countries. That's the one he announced yesterday, many of which have been ripping the US off for decades without retribution until I came along, to fully allowed and legally tested 15% level. So he's raising it from 10 up to 15. During the next shorter number of months, the Trump administration will determine and issue the new and legally permissible tariffs, which will continue our extraordinarily successful process of making America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that is the statement issued, as I say, an hour ago. In short, in as simple terms as possible, what has happened is the Supreme Court has determined that the method he was using to put in place these tariffs, which he's been doing for many, many months now, was unconstitutional. It was illegal. It wasn't allowed.
Doesn't matter. They're just making shit up. Asmon with 100K viewers, Hasan with 20K. Brother, if you think Asmongold has 100,000 real viewers, you might be an Asmongold.
Now, look, I know his streams are smaller on the weekends, but if it's really, it's I'm guessing it's like 25K or something. But yeah, because 20K, that's like Ethan Klein numbers there. We don't want to see that. But yeah, I mean, like they're botting Asmon up to 100K. Somebody's coming in, could be connected with the botters, could be just people looking at the numbers on Twitch and says like, yeah, you're sitting here at 20K, Asmon's got 100K, you know, try. It does feel like they want Hasan to talk about this, right?
Fan,
because generally, like a lot of the key to understanding harassment is that, like, they generally want you to pay attention, right? They want you to acknowledge. They want to be able to do something and change what you're doing on stream, have you react in some way, right? So a lot of, you know, the trick to dealing with that sort of thing, and if you ever see that sort of thing in chat, you may not see me react to it, because generally that's what they're looking for. So yeah, Hasan is reacting here, but it's also, you know, interesting, you know, content on the platform, and it kind of, I don't know, hard to ignore.
You're that stupid, most likely. Yeah. Yes, he's being botted, chatter. Thank you. Holy shit, I'm convinced Asmon is botting our channel because people will not shut the fuck up about his viewers. No, Asmongold and his fans live in this state where it's not enough that they like watch Asmongold and get their commentary from Asmongold. They also have to fight this like weird battle here where they have to like go far and wide. The cockroaches have to go far and wide to be like, dude, he's dominating you. He's fucking dominating you right now. He's destroying you. He's botting so hard. Even though your chat is twice as fast as his with your 27,000, 28,000 viewers, you know, his 100,000 very real viewers are fucking, he's view mogging you. And the higher the number of viewers he has, of course, means the more intelligent his commentary is. He's view mogging you. It's because you give us so much to chirp about. You are the proxy war. They're fighting with themselves. Yeah.
I did notice that there is the Nick Diorio and Chudlogic situation. There's more going on than just like the Destiny Ethan Hasan axis, right? And I'm not sure if I completely understand it yet, but it's like somehow the Ethan Hasan thing has become a proxy for different factions. I think, if I understand this correctly, it's become a proxy for different factions in the commentary community, and that's because Nick is doing something that if he wasn't like the biggest name in commentary, right? If he didn't have this kind of connection, to the nexus of the commentary community and sort of a reputation for always coming out on drama, somebody might have said something earlier about, in fact, Chud Logic did say something, but more people than Chud and Queemon chat is what I'm saying, might have been made more noise, right? In other words, the orbiting Ethan is kind of a cringe thing to do, both because, Nick is like kind of too big to be like, it would like, I'm trying to think of an example of what it would be like. I mean, technically, I guess, does Ethan have like larger concurrent viewerships? Yeah, I wouldn't say that he's bigger than Diorio though. I can't even think of an example of what it would be. There's something cringe about him bowing down and kissing the Ethan Klein ring. The other thing that's cringe is that Ethan Klein like has been known to be kind of a piece of shit for since the Gokunaru video. Let's be real, right? And there's been a portion of the commentary community that decided when Ethan started fighting Hasan, he's no longer cringe, right? So in other words, for those people, kind of what they hated about Ethan was probably the perception that Ethan is bending. Hasan is a stand-in for wokeness, right? On the internet, in the commentary community, in SlopTube, right? What he's considered to be the symbol for is like wokeness, right? So Ethan doing a stream, doing a podcast with Hasan, made him look woke, but the Gokunaru shit goes back. The Gokunaru shit is not about wokeness. The Gokunaru shit is about Ethan Klein being a bully and an asshole, really, more than anything. And so you had the people that had that stand against Ethan Klein, sort of the revelation of the light that Gokunaru shows him in, and then are just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to fuck with this guy anymore. And then you have the people that are like, yeah, I hate Ethan because he used to be edgy and now he's woke and I don't like the wokeness, right? So that's the sort of proxy war that's going on in the commentary community right now. It's probably part of why I can't make heads or tails of it, because it's not really entirely about Hasan and Ethan. They're just being used as almost like footballs for two different factions. And I mean, it's probably a good thing if the Diorio faction, I'll say it, it's probably a good thing if the Diorio faction were to fall. I say this with full cognizance of what a piece of shit Chud Logic is, because I actually used to know the guy. I can vouch negatively for his character. But compared to, I don't know, I feel like there is some karma that Saint Nick, as they call him Saint Nick, like they're like literally just like, even Ethan Klein is like, making fun of that's the one thing, Chad. I've got so many problems with Nicholas Diorio. None of them have to do with his weight. I don't fucking care. I don't, if he's got good take, like why would I care about his body composition? Come on. But anyway, they do. That's like the number one insult, even amongst his, the adoring H3H3 fans, right? We'll call him Saint Nick, but he's violated some like preternatural law of the internet, I think, and he's gotta fucking pay the piper for that. And if it takes Chud Logic and Tweeman to bring him down, go for it. Also, Sunday, what are you doing? Get off your ass, Sunday. Get off your ass, Sunday. It's time to ride. It's time to rebuild the Chud. It's time to rebuild the Chud bridge, Sunday.
Apparently
Anyway,
he has 11 tier 3 subs. Yeah, I'm sub-mogging him pretty fucking hard as the alpha Chad that I am. And hair mogging him. And also shower maxing when you think about it. So
All good questions. The US is pushing for three things: stopping Iran's nuclear program, which Iran insists is purely for peaceful purposes; secondly, a curb on its ballistic missiles; and lastly, an ending support for militant groups in the region, groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon. Despite the ongoing diplomacy, though, we're now seeing this kind of huge amassing of a military presence by the US in the region. New satellite images show the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier.
Are you guys actually mentally disabled? Like, unironically,
Also standing up and saying, look, if there is some kind of attack, it's ready to respond. It's saying that it'll respond decisively. Crucially, I think it's warning that all US bases, facilities and assets across this region would be, quote, legitimate targets. And also, I think in a sign of the anxiety about the possibility of Iranian retaliation to any attack, US officials confirming overnight that a number of US troops may be...
Oh my God. Are chatters okay? Dude, are you guys actually mentally disabled? Like, unironically, are you medically stupid? What's going on? Chatters. I know Asmongold's being botted. What I'm confused by is why you're not aware of it, okay? Like, when you see Asmongold with 100,000 viewers, do you not go, oh, he's getting botted into fucking oblivion? Like, what's going on? What's happening? I don't know why everyone is mentioning this right now. I don't get it. Like, this is not new information to us. Yeah. Why is Shah so obsessed with it? Drama perverts, a lot of them. It's not even like drama pervertry. I just don't know why, like, I don't know why.
Doesn't drop the R slur classy. I don't know. I've heard a lot of versions of calling somebody the R slur without calling them the R slur.
Subscribers of mine are fucking coming in to be like, he's being botted.
Oh, you don't need to say it, Homerco. It's okay.
Yeah,
we've all heard it. Mostly on like a rapscallion. There we go. Okay. I thought you were gonna say ridiculous, but no. We've all been on a 4th grade playground. We've all heard it.
Up and
most of us don't say it when we're 40, but then again, most of us aren't Chud Logic.
Down from 100K down to like 40K. It's very clearly it is very clearly being botted. He probably has even recognized it as well. I don't know why you're coming in here to tell me to inform me about it. Yeah. Like, will the 100,000...
Does a spicy salad make my... I feel like it makes my... I feel like if I eat spicy enough food, it makes my lips red. It's weird.
1,000 viewers stop Iran from potentially being striked? I don't know. Yeah, look. Look at this.
Okay. So look, natural viewer behavior is generally not going to look like a hockey stick. All right? See that hockey stick? That's unnatural. Now, look, this kind of shit can happen, right? I don't know. If a small streamer is having drama with a big streamer, the small streamer mentions the big streamer, right? That's when I'd assume that would happen. And what that represents is maybe the big streamer's Discord, somebody linked it, right? Somebody's like, holy shit, she's talking about our parasocial daddy, get her, right? I don't know, they all jump in a brigade, right? And so it's like that's usually what she... And Asmongold's not a small streamer, right? So this hockey stick is absolutely... I don't know, if he called out Nick Fuentes, right, you might see a hockey stick, right? Does that make sense? Something just happened in the chat that is like, you know, I don't know, like, you know, the chatter's like ex-girlfriend just like you know, broke the window and climbed in, or, you know, I don't know, something wild is happening in that chat, right? That's what that hockey stick indicates, something wild and unexpected.
And this is like not even picking it up. His user to viewer ratio is 53%, dude. Okay. His average Twitch user number is 26,000. His user to viewer ratio currently is at 53%. And you're over here being like, wow, I can't believe it. What do you want me to do about it? What can he do about it? Nothing. What can Twitch do about it? Well, Twitch doesn't really give a shit. It's actually 35% currently, 53% for the stream. Yeah.
I'm really curious if Twitch could do something about it, and they're not, because it would make their analytics go down, or because look, the positive argument for purging the bots is that, you know, if you're really like you're okay, so you are a you're, you know, if you're Twitch, right, your actual client isn't the viewer. I mean, to some extent it's the viewer, right? But you know, your client is the advertiser, and the advertiser wants to know that their advertisement is getting out to a lot of people, right? So that thereby the incentive is to show a lot of people, right? Thereby you do not ban the bots if you're Twitch, right? You're like, oops, I'm sorry. Or some users using bots, I didn't know that, okay? Right? But there, you know, you can all, if the advertisers start to say, hey, I don't believe these Twitch numbers, right? I've seen crazy, you know, user to, viewer to user ratio, or viewer to whatever ratio, right? I've seen crazy ratios that indicate there's not actually, you know, that this is mostly botted, right? I don't trust your numbers, right? And then the impulse would be, the incentive would be to purge the, you know, if you could be like, hey, listen, right? Twitter, we know that there's bots. There's it's mostly bots, right? You know, Rumble, it's mostly, right? If you could try to say, like, we're the ones that are giving you the real numbers, okay? So even if our numbers don't look as high, you can trust our numbers. You can trust. There's no inflation here, right? It's that question, right? How much does the customer, how much does the advertiser care about the reliability of the numbers, and how much do they just care about the numbers? I guess that's Twitch's calculation. John Barron is calling new gas stations again to complain about the tariff decisions. Sorry, how did I read gas into there? News stations, yes. New gas stations, Jesus Christ. Viewer is Twitch's product. Yeah, pretty much. I believe Twitch already took measures. They did, yeah. There was a day that they purged like all the bots, and there were people that came on to like half as many viewers, showing that they were heavily botted. And there were people who refused to come on until the bots came back. But yeah, why did the bots come back if they can do it? Does not seem to have helped. I'm guessing people just make new ones, but like is it expensive for them to purge the bots?
That's for the 53% across the fucking entire stream. Right now, he's got like a third.
Advertisers are becoming way more savvy about streaming. They used to not know anything. And there's the other, you know, question in terms of Twitch's particular advertising situation is, given the fact that you do not target ads like YouTube does, right? YouTube can give you some level of certainty that your ad is getting through to a person who at least might consider your product, right? You're not selling, you know, gold watches to people with no money. You're not selling, I don't know. You're not, you know, you're not paying for ads that are going out to people that would never buy your product. But then there's also the whole Dan Saltman canard, where, you know, they've spread this idea that Twitch is unsafe, brand unfriendly place to advertise, which is crazy, right? Because my understanding is that they've thrown a lot of that brand safety to the winds, right? I don't think that companies really care as much as they used to care, especially stuff like, you know, far right shit. Like, they're not as worried. I don't think that they're as worried about association with that kind of stuff as they used to be. But somehow there is this, like, you know, attempt to paint Twitch as a hotbed of leftist radicals and terrorism supporters.
That's still double of your real viewers. Double of my real viewers. His average Twitch viewership is at 26,000. His current viewership is literally at, like, again, most likely at 26,000, somewhere along those lines. And If we're going real viewership to real viewership, he's not actually, he doesn't have a higher real viewership than I do. Yeah, if you want to understand what like a normal viewership looks like, this is what it actually looks like. 85% user to viewer ratio. Okay?
And just understand what you're seeing is the stream notification going out, a big, vertical directionality, and then it leveling off as people, But the nice like smooth graph that you're seeing there is pretty much indicative that people come in, they start watching the stream, and then they, a certain number of people stop, right? A certain number of people click away. But as you see that as you see that graph go up, you're seeing that there's more people coming in and beginning to watch the stream there than there are leaving. So that number is growing, and it grows, pretty consistently until way, I can't tell. Is there something? Oh no, that look like grows throughout the entire stream, right? That's what you're seeing for Hasan. There's not a fall off, right? Mine probably has a fall off, just because of the time that I'm streaming, that the late nights, there's more people that need to go to bed maybe than are like waking up at the middle of the night. But then again, we have different time zones in here, so anyway.
Look at all the fucking anti-soundboard chatters that were fucking quitting en masse. I can't stand it. Stop with the soundboard.
What do you think about Hasan's soundboard, chat? 1, if you like the soundboard. 2, if you think it's overused. Hasan's soundboard. I think Twitch actually got most of the bots out for like 3 days. He took off time. He and many other streamers took off time during that time, and the thought is that they didn't want to be exposed for their real numbers, right? If they were to have streamed at that time, people might have seen. It's like somebody that wears elevator shoes, chat. And they don't like Donald Trump. Like, it's like Donald Trump, chat. My shoes, give me my shoes. I can't let them see me without the extra 4 inches. I'm a sucker for soundboards. So we got 1, 1, 2, 2. Oh, it's even. No. We got 3 twos. Slightly tilted towards no soundboard. He has dialed it back a little bit, So but 2. Okay. Oh, it's tilted towards do not like, do not want. Cat does not approve. I'm sorry, chat does not approve. That's what I was trying to say.
Subs are mentioning it because you respond and chatter's low when you respond. 53% of 100. Brother, he doesn't have 53% real user to viewer ratio right now. His real viewer to user ratio is 30% right now. It's 53% across the entire viewership, across the entire stream. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend mathematics, statistics, how things work. Oh, okay, makes sense. I'm Somalian. Oh God, you're so fucking stupid. God, I like, it's just such a fucking white supremacist cope. Speaking of like what that chatter was implying there, that was the other thing that Asmongold was doing the other day, where he was like, oh, everybody knows that the average IQ in Somalia is like 70. You're a fucking idiot. If you believe that, you're a goddamn idiot, okay? That comes from one fucking study that's not a real study at all, by the way. And yet it has been mass produced and reproduced over and over and over again. And honestly, if you just fundamentally believe...
The soundboard is making me stupider, says Burpel. I'm liking it more over time. He's baiting chat with the soundboard. He is.
IQ as an adequate metric for efficiency, success in the real world. You're already a dumb...
I gotta admit, though, the first time I heard the soundboard, I thought he was watching a video from a soundboard guy, right? I was like, this annoying fuck with his fa. fa. Like, but it wasn't just like now he does like a fa every 5 minutes or so. In the beginning, it was just like a fucking, I don't know, 20 fas a minute. It was way too many fas.
Dumbass. You're being
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Yeah, it was
across
bad.
the board. But even from the metrics of like conducting a correct study here, it's a eugenicist that basically made it the fuck up, and that was all it took for dumb fucks. Yeah, the study's from Richard Lynn, who is.
So yeah, here's what I want to focus on, right? I always tell you that when we cover drama, drama's interesting. People want to see it. You want to see it. I want to see it. It just catches our attention or whatever. But usually I like to focus on drama where there's like some substance mixed in there. I think this is the substance, right? We're talking about Asmongold making a statement about the IQ of Somali people, right? This is like he's trying to argue that it is like standard deviations lower than other groups of Americans or something like that, right? And just like the most abject racism that you could imagine. He does have a study. He is going off of like a study, but it is like a ridiculous study that takes, I believe, some people that aren't even Somali, but they are from Africa, a small number of people in a fucked up situation, and it's like, well, look at how low these people's IQs are, and you could imagine how low the average Somali guy. I don't know. It's just like, it's not even science at that point. It's just like fucking racism with data, with bad data.
A eugenicist, by the way, called The Intelligence of Nations. The problem is that Lynn is known for his history of promoting eugenics and racial hierarchy.
Do you get that? Do you get that? Like the Wealth of Nations from Adam Smith? Like, right? Now the Intelligence of Nations. Okay.
Self-described scientific races. But the problem with that study in particular is that he didn't actually go and conduct a proper IQ test on the Somali population. He made it up. Literally, he made it up. This is made up. It's been reproduced, or not reproduced, sorry. It's never been reproduced because it's fucking made up.
It's been amplified is what he's trying to say. Reproduced in scientific terms means that somebody else has done the study and repeated the results, right? So that's usually repeatability is one of the factors that we look to say if something is confirmed by science, right? One person did the experiment, got these results. Other people have done the experiment, got similar results, right? That's repeatable. That's not what Hasan is saying about this study, though. It probably Ethiopian refugee stats from Israel. Yeah, actually, I think you might be right. But I think it might be exactly that. I can't remember what group it was, but yeah, it wasn't Somali people.
It's been used over and over again through like the bell curve and all the other scientific races.
Like it's what inspired, I think, the bell curve, right? Like that, the bell curve guy was like, thinking he could, right? That based on this study, he like this is,
But this is completely fucking made up. It's not an actual study that was conducted. It's not a real IQ study that was conducted. It's entirely fabricated. They were like, oh, we looked at starving children in Kenya, and then we just made up the results because Kenyans and Somalis are the same. Like literally, that's what if you look.
I'm sorry, chat. Am I wrong that Kenya and Somalia are on the opposite sides of Africa? Isn't Kenya like on the west side? Oh my God, you're not even close. What were they?
Look at the methodology. They openly reveal in the quote unquote
not that this shit is indicative of anyone in Kenya either, right? But it's just like they're not even trying at this point.
If you can even call it that, I think they IQ tested like 8 Kenyan refugees that were starving in Israel or something, or Ethiopian refugees.
Wait, Davy, maybe it is I mean, it would make more sense. Not that any of this makes any sense, right? This is just a eugenic, like a fucking vile racist trying to do some bullshit study, right? But, wait, they're both on the east? Wait, Kenya's on the east? Kenya's on the east coast? Okay, my African geography needs to be updated.
And then they just decided regional, the regional IQ for every single other person is, you know, give or take 10 points lower or 10 points higher. That's straight up where this number comes from. Okay. Yeah. They extrapolated off of like 7, I think it was like 7 Kenyan or Ethiopian refugees in Israel that were made to take an IQ test.
Yeah, so he said Kenyan or Ethiopian, so maybe Davi is right. If you heard Ethiopian, you might be right, Davi. Because Hasan doesn't sound like he's super sure about it either, and I have not heard of the study. Well, Ghastly says Asmon obviously searched for a study that agrees with him. He isn't spending any time reading. See, he might not even know about the study. He might have just like heard this from somebody else, right? And it comes from and Hasan had to track it down to this study. Because honestly, like this study is like, if you look at like a lot of racists are citing this study. Let me just put it that way, right? This is one like one of the favorite studies.
Like even if some population is low IQ, doesn't mean they deserve to die or are less human. Was the implication here? Yes, that is the implication. That's what they're saying. It's not only incorrect, but it's like racist bullshit. So that's what this is about. He called them low IQ because the average IQ is...
Sorry, let me actually look at the... Oh, is that the post? Is that the original post? He called them low IQ. Okay. What is Asmongold responding to though? Okay. Oh, it looks like he did. Maybe he did find the study. No. It's Mr. Walnuts that's like tracking it to the study. It's a chatter below. Their so-called study they're using comes from Richard Lynn, The Intelligence of Nations. The problem is that with Lynn, is that Lynn is known for his history of promoting eugenics and racial hierarchy, apparently self-described scientific racist. He believed other racists were, I wonder what Asmon, okay, so he's responding to Mehdi Hasan. Why is Asmongold in a conversation with Mehdi Hasan? That's just sad. Okay. Look, I get that like right-wingers they're not looking for a brain genius. All right. They had, I mean, they've been anti-intellectual for like the longest time now. They've got, when they want to call it, when they want an intellectual, they find somebody like Ben Shapiro that talks fast and uses slightly more sophisticated, vocabulary than most of the right wingers like understand, right? And that's their genius, right? The guy that wrote True Allegiance, chat, is their fucking genius, right? Or Jordan Peterson, right? He's an actual academic. He worked at a school, and he's babbling about fucking dragons, but like they try to present some kind of veneer of an intellectual validity to what they're saying. And but with Zach, it's almost like a sign that they've just given up on that, right? If that's their guy, right? If this is their guy, but this is the guy then that they're sending in to argue with Mehdi Hasan. It's just what is Mehdi supposed to? Somebody should just like warn him and be like, hey, listen, this is like this guy will get roaches on you. Come on, don't. Just block him and move on, right? If I was Mehdi, that's what I would do. It's offensive to me. It's offensive to me that Mehdi Hasan has to deal with dudes like Zach Rar on Twitter, right? It's just there's no productive conversation that's gonna come from that.
So that's what this is about. He called them low IQ because the average
I want to see if we can find if he
just made up the results because Kenyan.
just
It's
want
entirely fabricated. They were like, okay, his average Twitch user up.
okay.
Literally, he made it up. This is made up methodology. They openly reveal in the quote unquote study, if you can even call it that, was I think they IQ tested like 8 Kenyan refugees that were starving in Israel or something, or Ethiopian. So that's what this is about. He called them low IQ because the average IQ in Somalia is 68, borderline R-worded. It's not racist, it's a fact. Another pathetic attempt to obscure reality to push a narrative. Once again, I said, you're an illiterate shut-in for believing this easily disprovable white supremacist cope. Your favorite pedophile protecting president has the intellectual capacity of an infant.
I don't know, chat. I don't know. We're in 2026. There's a guy out there that literally is like is forwarding the idea that people from this one African nation are just not evolved to be as intelligent as the rest of us. Like that's fucking like that should it should be really clear in 2026 what the fuck that is, right? It should be really, really clear, right? If you want to make like if you're a right winger and you want to make some fucking argument about Western culture or some shit like that, I mean, this is like below that, chat. This is like a regression to the time of race science, really the 1800s, right? Where you'd have some like, puffed up like pseudo academic, talking about like different groups of people and as if they're not human, right? As if like, well, the white people in our European society, of course, are not like this, but like, they're discussing human beings the way that they're discussing animals. And Asmongold is like, yeah, based. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know. It's fucking wild. And he's like, no, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Actually, Somalis are incapable of thought, apparently. And he's like, no, dude, I've got a scientist, right? we got to study this guy, Richard Lynn. Well, no, he's not even saying that though. Wait, it's Mr. Walnuts that like is kind of like. I don't know if Asmongold is aware of the study that it's coming from, or if he's just heard other racists say this, and he's most likely, chat, he's just heard other racists say it and he's parroting it. It's just fucking wild shit to see out in the like, oh god.
The reality of the matter is the quote unquote study that they're using here is completely fucking made up. That's it. And I'm sorry. This might hurt some of your white supremacist feelings, but if you believe that, you believe in cope, okay? You believe in your racial superiority because you're a fucking low IQ monster, okay? There is nothing more indicative of having the lowest of the low IQ that you could possibly have than believing in this made up bullshit. There are a multitude of different impacts on IQ in general. Nutrition is a big one as well, obviously. There have been numerous studies that were conducted in India, for example, between famine season and post-famine season in India that shows like IQ actually...
This is a pretty famous study. I'm sorry, Davi, I guess I'm not as steeped as in race science as...
wildly swings in the same fucking group that's being studied when they have proper nutrition, okay? And that this 68 number is completely made up regardless. Rape Tone called you dumb and used ChatGPT to say that the study was real, and in the same clip, ChatGPT says it's fake. Of course, he's a fucking moron.
Hasan, if you were to easily just grok this shit or Google this shit or go on any .gov website, it would show you...
No, what .gov website? No, you fucking grokked it.
That the Somalian average IQ is 68. Okay? Yes, it's not fucked up to say that Somalians are stupid because it's backed up by evidence. 68 is fucking insane.
It's a great way to show how you don't have to, have like a cognitive challenge of any sort, or like an action. You know what I mean? You don't have to have like a real, like you can spout stupid shit, chat. Like just based on your fucking motivated reasoning, okay? You don't need to be, you don't need to have any kind of like, intelligence like issue to be a fucking dumbass like that. It shows you really what IQ is about, which, when it boils down, it's not much other than, have you mastered the skills that are,
In short, the 68 figure circulates wildly in certain online circles, but is not considered credible by most experts as a true measure of Somali cognitive ability. There simply isn't high quality representative data to give a definitive national average IQ for Somalia or many other developing conflict affected countries. Any such number should be taken with extreme caution as it reflects testing conditions and environment far more than anything fixed or inherent. This doesn't even actually give you the full scope of how fucking made up this number is. Because if you actually look at Richard Lynn's study, you realize that he extrapolated that information off of a totally separate fucking control group. Just so you know. I know because I looked into it. There was never a moment where he went to Somalia and actually IQ tested the Somali population. You don't need to do that when you're a fucking white supremacist, for the record. You don't need to do that at all. You can just make this shit up and every other dumb moron will go along with it. The entire thing is fabricated, just so you know. It's one of the easiest ways to clock someone who is low intelligence, okay? Straight up.
Some of the dumbest shit I've ever. Yeah, that's the thing is people want to get hung up on like IQ because they want some kind of machine to tell you like how fucking, I don't know, how human are you, or how good are you, or some, so they want some kind of objectification, some kind of externalization of the what they value in human beings, and it's just, yeah. And it's in reality, like, right, there's an assumption that's really hard to get out of people's minds, right? And the assumption goes something like this. Intelligence is a discrete thing. Some people have it and some people don't. And having it means that you are good at, mathematics, processing, comprehending, manipulating language, chemistry, art, right? Music, all these things. There's never anything of like, oh, wait, how do we know that it's one discrete thing? Where did we get that knowledge, right? Nobody ever questions that. They're like, no, of course there's a thing called, because there's a word for it, intelligence, right? Sometimes words are tools, sometimes words are useful, and sometimes words actually get in our way. The word intelligence seems to imply that this is like one quality that we're talking about, rather than the more likely truth that there's a multitude of qualities which allow you to do different things. And yeah, a lot of what allows you to, learn new things is the things that you've learned previously, right? Like, knowledge builds on itself. It's just like, and there's just no way to get it's like when your dog gets a hold of some nasty, chewed up tennis ball or something with like snot all, you know what I'm talking about? Like the old tennis ball. You want to throw the new tennis ball with your dog because honestly, you don't want to touch that old tennis ball, but your dog loves that old tennis ball and keeps it. You throw it in the fucking, garbage and your dog digs it out, right? It's so hard to get that thing out of the dog's mouth, right? It's so hard to be like, no, we're gonna get, because you can barely. I mean, like, you know what I'm talking about, Chad. If you've ever had a dog and thrown a tennis ball with them, like, right, you know the phenomenon of which I speak.
But of course, if you're watching Rape Tone right now, I mean, you probably are already self-described as a low intelligence person anyway. Honestly, I'd rather him be busy spending his days begging Grok to regurgitate his own delusions than sexually assaulting women. True. Straight up, though, now you are properly equipped with this information. And I'm sure, hold on. The study itself not only is conducted by a self-described scientific racist, but the African IQ scores, like the African nation IQ scores in that same study, are completely
thank you, Christopher.
made up.
Dog slobber can really ruin the vibes. I mean,
Witcher
reminds me of when Ethan said about the Ashkenazi people. Oh God. Yeah, it was sort of like that Laura Loomer, that Laura Loomer quote. Like when she's trying to hit on that, what was it, Mike Cernovich? She was kind of like a weird white supremacist guy. And she's like, we could have babies with crazy high Ashkenazi IQs.
and his colleagues examined over 100 published studies, concluded that there's no evidence to back up.
Oh God, Davy, yeah, thanks for reminding me about that Gavin interview. He was trying to do an interview to humanize him, and I don't know if it succeeded, right? He did talk about his dyslexia, and we are the true masters of the universe. I don't know. Explain to me more about the advantages of dyslexia. I think he alluded to that, but he hasn't really. I didn't see him like unfold that in the part I was watching.
Lynn's claims, among other flaws, Lynn used selective data by systematically ignoring Africans with high IQ scores. The researchers also claim that
I think Epstein might agree with you though, Davy.
IQ test scores cannot be interpreted in terms of lower intelligence levels, as these scores have different psychometric characteristics that Western IQ
especially about that Masters of the Universe part.
Scores. Until now, the incomparability of Western and African IQ scores has never been systematically proven. But it's not even that. It's not even that. The reason why,
or is Epstein just a bad typer? I can't tell.
It's been debunked is because, they looked at the methodology that Richard Lynn utilized in his fucking quote unquote study, and they found out that he was just making those numbers up. Okay, he was making those fucking numbers up. He didn't do random sampling, but he didn't do any sampling at all when it came to the Somali population. Okay, he didn't do any sampling at all. He just completely made it up. I'm not even joking when I say this. The most famous white supremacist study, the most famous quote-unquote white supremacist study on African nations and their
I used to use a Nerf ball launcher or ball thrower to pick up the old ball. Yeah, I mean, I guess if your dog's like bound to that old tennis ball, it's probably your best bet. You know who else likes Nerf ball launchers and like Nerf, what do you call them? Like Nerf guns and clavicular, apparently. Also, a big fan of Nerf.
Their average IQ.
Oh my God, chat. I had this like fucked up thing. On my street, right? You know, like I lived on one of those streets where like all the kids played in the road, and somebody had like a Nerf sword or something. I think it's like a sword, and it's got like a the thing, like you're trying to, like you're fencing, but you're trying to just like, you know, take out like each of the Nerf things. They've got like, you know, like they've got like this little, you know, thing around them, and you're trying to hit the other person's little targets, right? And then somebody was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to do this shit on bikes? Right? And what they were really trying to do was they wanted to somehow create a way to joust on bikes, which, holy shit, chat, can you imagine if, like, this is one of those things that you think as a kid and you like really hope that nobody succeeds with, because holy shit, can you imagine little kids, you know, like jousting? Can you imagine how bad they could get hurt with that? It's so good, chat, that nobody ever managed to, like, I don't know, make a Nerf jousting like, can you imagine actually getting like taken off of your bike with something like that? I don't know. It would have been you know, it would have been one of those hospital trips that, you know, the nurses tell all their friends about. Gavin made some weird comment about how, yeah, the highest IQ people he knows have dyslexia to compensate. It's apparently makes you more emotionally intelligent. And he said, he made it sound like psi powers. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know.
Comes from one self-described.
Wait, bike jousting was fun. Wait, you made it work, hermit horologist? Like, it sounds like really dangerous, right? It sounds like a bad thing. Like, okay. Bad scenario 1. You end up running your bikes into each other, or the handles catch, or the pedals or your legs, something gets caught up and you end up in a fucking, like a kind of a head-on bike collision, right? That's one. Scenario 2, like, you get something. I don't know what we thought we could put like a stick with like a, foam around it or something like that. But holy shit, like, if you ever succeeded at the joust, right, you would probably both people would get injured anyway.
Described scientific races.
Kids with brooms and trash can lids. Yeah. Did anyone ever get hurt? My neighbors got hurt a lot and filmed it. Luckily, no one. Yeah, it's like one of those.
Who made those numbers up? To me, it is the greatest. It is the greatest indication that you are a fucking moron. You are unironically a low intelligence person, a low IQ person, if you believe it, because you are, because you're coping. That's it. You want to cope. You want to cope with the fact that maybe you are not superior to anybody else, and you lean into racial superiority.
So the idea behind what Gavin was saying about dyslexia is that it makes something like learning to read, I'm guessing, like so much more of a challenge that, in overcoming that challenge, you're actually, kind of like it's almost like you're in the room of space and time from Dragon Ball Z, right? You're doing your normal exercise and sparring and everything, but wait, no, that's not even right. It's like extra gravity. Yeah, it's like the extra gravity thing, right? It's like you got extra gravity on you and it makes you stronger. You're like Superman. That's what it is, Davy. I think that's what it is. It's like being born on Krypton, right? You're used to higher gravity, and then you go into like, once you learn to read, it's like everything is like super easy.
As a lifeline to make yourself feel more important. Okay? That's it. That's why white supremacy is loser shit.
We never jousted. We just rode to. You see, your kids on your street were smart. Then kids on my street were so dumb. I swear to God, they were so fucking dumb. Like if there was ever a bee's nest anywhere in the neighborhood, these kids would find it. Okay, they would fuck with it, and then you'd see them like running down the street with a fucking swarm of bees chasing them. And you knew that you needed to run too, because there were bees coming, right? There was just.
We're covering Iran, America before chatters derailed. They care more for drama than people's lives. No, this isn't drama. Okay, this is a pretty important a point to address as well, because it's one that I see so frequently on the white supremacist website, Twitter. We've moved on from drama, and now we're debunking a very common.
I know one thing, says Ivan. There's a high correlation between people who talk about IQ all the time and narcissism. Yeah, probably so.
This is talking point. Yeah. The Africans or low IQ guy also has some very interesting ideas in general. If you want to know more, here is Will Stansel. These guys always do this thing where they're
Will Stansel. We need a theme song. Any musicians out there? Any musicians in the audience? We need a Will Stansel theme song. Anytime that Will Stansel gets brought up, I want to play a theme song. Like a Will Stansel theme song. There's got to be a way, chat, to put together a Will. We haven't even covered Will Stansel. He's amazing, okay? He's this like liberal Twitter guy that like got radicalized during the whole thing in Minnesota, like the whole ICE thing, right? Would there be Will Stansel? I feel like there should be. Yeah, Will Stansel fly girls even. Need is a strong word, says Direful. I just want it. I really, really want. I feel like every time Will Stancil is mentioned, I should be playing like a theme song for him because he's one of these like special guys, right? Like Ross Douthat or G. Gordon Liddy or Sebastian Gorka. You know what I'm saying, chat? There's certain special guys that need their own theme song. Like Gorka has the Gorka theme song, but like we need one for Will Stancil.
Like African IQs are in the 60s or 70s if you believe Richard Lynn, though I'll concede his data may be off somewhat and the figures may be higher. And anyhow, here's some stuff Richard Lynn said. I think the only solution lies in the breakup of the United States. Blacks and Hispanics are concentrated in the Southwest and Southeast and the East, but the Northwest and the far Northeast, Maine, Vermont, and upstate New York have a large predominance of whites. I believe these predominantly white states should declare independence and secede from the Union.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I just stopped paying attention for 2 seconds and the racism just like, I feel like I'm at a racist foam party, chat. I feel like I just got covered in racist. It's gonna be like the Ghostbusters foam, except instead of you're gonna be saying like the N-word and stuff. Like I don't know, chat. This seems bad. What is this? Okay, Will Stancil, Will Stancil, Will Stancil, Will Stancil, Willie Stancil. What if we call him Willie?
Before chatters derailed, they care more for drama than people's lives. No, this isn't drama. Okay, this is a pretty important a point to address as well, because it's one that I see so frequently on the white supremacist website, Twitter. We've moved on from drama, and now we're debunking a very common racist talking point.
I just ignored the race realist when they came around the first time. You remember the first time that race realism, where there would be like a racist dude and he'd be saying some racist stuff and somebody would be like, that shit's just...
Narwhalby super chatted $10. Can I ask chat if there's anyone who thinks they can help me design a cover-up tattoo? Thanks. Sorry, Irene. Also, I take back my Hasan shade from before.
Take back my Hasan shade. I mean, there's plenty of shade. I'm sure he'll deserve that shave at some point. But either way, Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, like here, I'm boosting that advertisement. Anybody want to help Narwhal out with a design for a cover-up tattoo, right? That's a very important thing for a lot of people. We're at 3 out of 10 on the butterfly goal with 58 minutes left in the timer, okay? And we're at, what is it? 52. Yo, chat, we're halfway there. The liberal twink. Wait, which one? Oh my God, I've been looking at the liberal twinkosphere lately. Like, wait, that makes it sound wrong. That makes it sound different, chat. That makes it sound like a Fujo. I'm not trying to signal that at all, okay? I'm sorry. I'm just talking about the TikTok twinkosphere. You know what I'm talking about? We got you got like Dean Winters, or Dean Withers, yeah, Winters. Dean Withers, Parker, Get a Job. Oh my God, who are the other? Harry Sisson is in there. Like, there's a twinkosphere. There's a liberal twinkosphere in TikTok. Oh, you're saying Will Stancil is a liberal twink? I mean, is he a twink, or is he only a twink to like Predator Grok? Remember the whole thing where they're trying to get Grok to write scenarios of how he would like R-word Will Stancil, and Grok really is like not understanding the the weird misogyny that it's being requested to create. The what do you even call that? Race realist for their response to the failure to establish a democracy in the Middle East because the Muslim mind cannot comprehend liberty. I mean, definitely Richard Dawkins was walking that line. But yeah, I guess there's like trouble. I don't know. Foreign's covered the latest Dean Withers drama. I don't even know what to make of it. So first time Will Stancil and G. Gordon Liddy were mentioned in the same sentence. Yeah, so weird. Those are weird people to compare, right? But I mean, like they're the dudes, right? There's interesting dudes sometimes. Sometimes you get a new dude unlocked and you gotta check him out and play with. No, I still sound like Fujoshi. Chat. I gotta stop. I absolutely gotta stop. This does not lead to good things for sure. That I know.
Yeah. The Africans or low IQ guy also has some very interesting ideas in general. If you want to know more, here's Will Stansel. These guys always do this thing where they're like, African IQs are in the 60s or 70s if you believe Richard Lynn, though I'll concede his data may be off somewhat and the figures may be higher. And anyhow, here's some stuff Richard Lynn said. I think the only solution lies in the breakup of the United States. Blacks and Hispanics are concentrated in the Southwest and Southeast and the East, but the Northwest and the far Northeast, Maine, Vermont, and upstate New York have a large predominance of whites. I believe these predominantly white states should declare independence and secede from the Union. They would then enforce strict border controls and provide minimum welfare.
When did this guy write this?
Which would be limited to citizens. If this were done, white civilization would survive within is this handful of states. Undated interview with Fascist Magazine right now. That's Richard Lynn. Okay.
I'm sorry, it's not a magazine called Fascist Magazine, is it? Is a magazine that is fascist? Then they're just not mentioning it. Wait, what is this? Undated interview with the Fascist Magazine is called Right Now. Okay.
Done. White civilization would survive within is this handful of states. Undated interview with Fascist Magazine right now. That's Richard Lynn. Okay. In his review of Raymond Cattell's A New Morality from Science, Beyondism, he says, Richard Lynn says, if the evolutionary process to bring its benefits, it has to be allowed to operate effectively. This means that incompetence
A new morality from science?
societies have to be
And
allowed
this is the science we're talking
to
about?
the wall. What is called for here is not genocide, the killing off of the populations of incompetent cultures. But we do need to think realistically in terms of phasing out of such peoples. If the world is to evolve more better humans, then obviously someone has to make way for them to otherwise then obviously someone has to make, oh God, he's so fucking bad at writing too. Then obviously someone has to make way for them. Otherwise we shall all be overcrowded. After all, 98% of the species known to zoologists are extinct. Evolutionary progress means the extinction of the less competent. To think otherwise is mere sentimentality. He is an absolute fucking moron. This is literal Nazism, Jesus Christ. Yes, he's a fascist. He is an open white supremacist, chatters. Yes. It is the purest expression of fascist lunacy.
Wait, did it say more better? Wait, is it more better humans? Yeah, you're right.
I used to often talk/debate with Lynn by mail and on ResearchGate before his death. His views evolved, still a bigot, but not that bad in the past decade. That's crazy.
What is this guy, the Noam Chomsky of race realism or something? He talks to anybody that that emails him?
Also, he's dumb. This is not how evolution works, Lamau. I know. Guys, please stop spamming the Sean the Bell Curve video in the chat. I am not going to sit through his 3-hour video debunking the bell curve. It's a fantastic video, but you might have the low IQ that Richard Lynn clocked you as having if you think I'm going to sit through a 3-hour video on the fucking broadcast on a Saturday when America is 3 seconds away from striking Iran. Okay?
Oh, speaking of which, just to confirm, that hasn't happened recently. Or sorry, that hasn't happened recently. This is so bad, chat. Trump is like Groundhog Day. You know, it feels like we spin a wheel, and one of the things says bomb Iran. One of the things says attack an ally. One of the things says the dollar takes another drop. Like, I don't know, like, right, new Epstein, like, I don't, every single day it's like some fucking crazy shit that is going on. But people thought that this weekend was going to be the time for Trump to start another war, or to continue, I guess, the war in Iran that he started. It's so wild, chat, how U.S. And it's not just under Trump either, but like, wait, it is mostly under Trump, isn't it? Multiple acts of war against Venezuela, against Iran, and somehow just like, no, but it's not a war. It's not a war. It's just an act of war, and it's another act of war, and it's another act of war. I mean, I don't know. I guess we're like, yeah. I mean, like look, Israel, with Israel, it's always like, Israel has killed the negotiators that were trying to reach a settlement, reach a ceasefire, right? Or Israel has killed another someone else in Lebanon, someone else in Qatar. It's just, yeah, the president of peace, the president of fucking chaos. They said Monday. Wait, who said Monday? Sorry, who said Monday? Have they scheduled the fucking bombing? I don't even know, chat.
Give me the exact moment where Sean goes through Richard Lynn's work and picks it apart, or
they're talking about. I thought for sure. For some reason I thought we're talking about Sean DeBlack on Twitch. No, we're talking about old Sean from. I mean, I guess he still puts out videos, right?
Let's move on.
So old bread tuber. He's so old that he turned into a skull. Wait, media here says Monday. Wait, says Monday for what? It says Monday for most dumbed down version of transhumanism I've ever heard. I mean,
no fun allowed. I mean, I'm sorry. This is a great video.
We do have like another somebody broke into Mar-a-Lago or something with weapons. So I don't know, potentially another, I don't know if they were trying to do something to Trump there or what exactly was going on, but I kind of also don't care, right?
Oh, but it's not exactly something I would consider fun. Like it's.
They thought they bought Cap and Peace, but it turned out to be oops, all acts of war.
It's a 3-hour video. I mean, it is good. It's a really good video. It's just like, it's good to have in the background and to learn from.
Okay, so that's from the Australian media. They may not. Yeah, I don't think anybody can really correct. Look, they're playing a game, right? There's a negotiation between Iran and the Trump administration right now. And some of the saber rattling may be an attempt to get the Iranians to agree to stuff they would not otherwise agree on. So it looks like, I mean, nobody knows when the attack is coming, if the attack is coming, if Trump is going to try to, get some, deal on the nuclear. Oh my God, I'm saying that like a Trumpy. A deal on the nuclear. A deal on nuclear. We got a deal on nuclear, didn't we? No, get a deal on the enrichment, right? Or if he is gonna, Iranian government has been very compliant, or yeah, they actually can't really do anything that will make anyone happy. Well, here's the deal. Trump burned down the Obama agreement, which did have provisions to not just disallow the enrichment of uranium to, weapons level, but also, provided independent, IAEA officials, to go in there and do inspections, right? It was a very good deal. Trump has taken out Iranian officials. He's bombed Iran supposedly to try to try to stymie their efforts to develop nukes. Now, here's the weird thing about Iran, right? In terms of the leadership, it's not a pro-nuclear leadership. Like the Ayatollah, the current government of Iran does not seem to. Has actually kind of maybe been resistant towards developing nukes. And I say resistant because if the United States has taught people anything, It's that the only way that you don't get fucked with and fucked over is if you have nukes, right? North Korea makes a lot of noise, talks a lot of shit, fires missiles over Japan. And they do not get attacked because they can cause a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, like all these, sorry, I'm sorry for throwing Libya in there, too, but that was definitely the U.S.'s fault. Like we have taught the world that proliferation is your only salvation. There you go. They broke in with a gas can and a shotgun. He was gunned down. Probably was gonna burn Mar-a-Lago down. Damn. Yeah, I don't know if Trump was even there. Iranian government. Yeah. I'm hoping the wheel lands on taco. Oh my god, I love the taco. I love the Taco Tuesday. Chat, I love tacos. I have been trying to find a good taco since I've been here, and it seems like maybe I'm just gonna have to get a hold of some masa and a tortilla press, and I'm just gonna have to make my own somehow because I can't find Iranians hate the Ayatollah, but they hate the U.S. Intervention more. They don't want the U.S. The U.S. has brought nothing but bullshit to Iran.
I don't even know if he actually tackles the Richard Lynn study here anyway. I think this is more so just like talking about the bell curve, which heavily leans into the Richard Lynn quote unquote study, the fake study. And the reason why we're talking about it is because Asmongold, being a fucking racist dumbass, used that as though it's like valid, real information when it very clearly is not. That was the point I was making, at least. That's the reason why I brought it up. Speaking of Asmongold, there's also this clip. Apparently, he came out and he was addressing people dying of easily preventable diseases, said, fuck them, who cares?
The difference I saw this, but I didn't know what it was about. I thought it was just a reaction of Asmongold to the debate.
Between voting for Gavin Newsom and a JD Vance, or voting third party and abstaining and
oh my god, chat, that music,
lowering the threshold for JD Vance to win, is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would.
Hold on, I'm gonna close these tabs again real quick. Apparently the video does actually talk about Richard Lynn here at 108.
Oh, there is
108.30. Goddamn, chatter, you fucking clocked it.
On cognitive tests, and I
mean, you just anyway. You should look at the transcript. That's what I would do.
Quote, this question often arises in the context of black-white comparisons in America, the thought being that the African black population has not been subjected to the historical legacy of American black slavery and discrimination, and might therefore have higher scores. Richard Lynn was able to assemble 11 studies in his 1991 review of the literature. He estimated the median black African IQ to be 75, approximately 1.7 standard deviations below the US overall population average, about 10 points lower than the current figure for American blacks. In summary, African blacks are, on average, substantially below African Americans in intelligence.
You had the same issue in the Philippines. Local taco place used cabbage instead of lettuce. I mean, I'm kind of curious, though, how Thailand does Mexican food, because I've noticed that they take a lot of stuff from around the world, or at least from the U.S. Is what I've noticed, and they make it better, right? So sometimes it's like an improvement, like cabbage instead of lettuce. No, what did I don't know. What was it I didn't like about it? If I knew this guy personally, I'd be constantly asking him to talk about Thomas the Tank Engine. If you knew Sean.
Test scores. Psychometrically, there is little reason to think that these results mean anything different about cognitive functioning than they mean in non-African populations. For our purposes, the main point is that the hypothesis about the special circumstances of American blacks depressing their test scores is not substantiated by the African data. So this is Herrnstein and Murray's answer to those who point to the legacy of slavery and discrimination in the United States as an explanation for the differences in IQ scores between its black and white populations. They point to black people in Africa and say, hey, well, they also got lower scores. Black African people haven't been subject to discrimination in America, after all, so doesn't this prove that discrimination in America can't be depressing black IQ scores? Well, not really. Bernstein and Murray's decision to limit their concern here to American black slavery and discrimination is a huge oversight, because there could also be discrimination in whichever parts of Africa they are talking about, if you follow. That could be, in a similar way, depressing the scores there too. If that were the case, attempting to use the African data as some sort of control test for the American data would be fairly ridiculous, to say the least. America does not have a monopoly on discrimination and oppression, does it? And so we need to...
Also, Western discrimination. Oh, now we're getting botted. Look at that.
There we go. There we go. I'm glad I watched this through. So I kind of wanted to watch this because this is the Asmongold Hasan conflict that I think maybe even had, you know, him looking at Asmongold in the first place, right? But yeah, right. During this, right, he's the bots. So he's made fun of Asmongold's, you know, statistics indicating that most of his chat is botted, and you know, and now the bots are like as if to kind of try to prove Hasan wrong, right? Him saying, "Look, here's my, you know, engagement ratio or viewer to I don't know what is it, like user to viewer ratio or whatever." You know, they're like, "Oh yeah, how's that ratio looking now, Hasan? How's that ratio looking now when we bought you with 35,000?" And I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a tease there of like, "Oh, we're gonna get you banned," but I think Twitch knows that, you know, this shit is like, it's not. They're probably not gonna ban somebody, especially not somebody who makes them a lot of money, for, you know, botting that they may not be controlling. But that also makes it that so that people that are botting, or, you know, people that are, you know, fans or friends of theirs are botting for them, that also makes it so that they don't get punished. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. But you'd rather have you know, you'd rather have the guilty go free than the innocent punished.
Now I'm getting botted. See? The same bots that were botting Asmongold are now botting my ass. Look at that. 40.
So yeah, look, it looks kind of like the bots have gone, you know, they're as if, you know, they're whoever's botting, you know, has seen a clip of Hasan, and they're like, oh yeah, really?
1,000 viewers. Oh my God.
Ask which parts of Africa are they talking about. They say that Richard Lynn was able to assemble 11 studies in his 1991 review of the literature. Now, Bernstein and Murray claim in the acknowledgements at the start of the bell curve to have benefited especially from the advice of this Richard Lynn.
How strange that I brought up the very obvious, malicious, flagrant botting going on, only to get botted myself.
Who they elsewhere call a leading scholar of racial and ethnic differences, and they cite his work several times throughout the book.
How
so
strange.
Let's take a look at Richard Lynn's 1991 review of the literature, entitled Race Differences.
I need to grab some water and also take a pee, but it's a good time now to pause the video for a second and just take a look at what we've got going on here in terms of the goals. We got 37 minutes left on the butterfly goal. That is the goal, to put this butterfly in my hair. We actually have 7 more teal super chats that we need for the butterfly goal. So that one's coming along about 30% there. And then we've also got the bonus goal, which we're over halfway there now. It's 52 out of 100. Ooh, and look, we got a movement in the poll. Right now, it looks like, wow, just because I guess I sold the Chud Logic Nicholas Diario thing. That's ahead, Chad. That's wild. That was way behind before. Anyway, that's at 31% in first place. How 4chan made the alt-right. In second place at 26%. In third place, we've got Mehdi Hasan debating Jen from IHIP. And yeah, they're talking. I don't think I mentioned this one earlier. I mentioned it yesterday, right? But they're you know, they have different perspectives on religion. Mehdi is still religious. Jen, you know, grew up atheist, has seen, you know, some real, you know, bad sides to religious people, especially evangelical Christians, and they end up talking about, you know, religion and its role in what we do. So that was you know, an interesting conversation. That's in third place right now. Fourth place, last place, is the ShamWow guy, going MAGA, becoming a right-wing chud. Not just a chud, chat. He's a particular chud. I gotta look. Now I'm gonna get people to vote for this, right? The ShamWow guy has like a thing about putting a substance in a squirt gun that looks like a creamy white substance, right? If you know what I mean, and squirting people with it and calling himself a woke buster, right? He's a woke buster, so he goes around squirting trans people with his white creamy substance. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird stuff, right? He's got some shit going on. I think that the ShamWow guy and Chud Logic could have a great conversation about trans rights. I think it would be a great it would be a great discussion, right? Chud Logic and the ShamWow guy. I feel like they've got a lot in common. I feel like they've got a lot. In fact, they might even vacation chat in the same spot in Vietnam. I'm not sure what to believe, all right? But that's what I heard from Nicholas DiOrio. And Ethan says Nick DiOrio is the Pope. So I guess we got to believe what he says. I don't know. I guess Nick DiOrio is infallible then, right? And yeah. Anyway, chat, I can't speak to that. I don't know what Chud Logic's doing in Vietnam, but luckily he wasn't there at the same time I was, so I didn't run into him. Really find that guy fascinating, but I have to sleep. He's the worst. Wait, which guy? Chud Logic? I don't know if we're getting Chud Logic, chat. For the record, the ShamWow guy. Oh, the ShamWow guy. Yeah, he's in last place right now. But I just wanted to tell you a little bit more about that content as well. We got 80 votes so far, so make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. We're at 52%. If we get to 100%, I'll do one bonus content item right now that looks like to be Ethan, the Nick DiOrio Chud Logic thing, right? He's infallible, yeah. DiOrio is infallible, I guess. What am I trying to say? Super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch. That's what makes the numbers go up. And remember, you can let me know in the chat if you do donate and you want to put your money towards one of these topics. I would be the ShamWow's movie is weird. Oh wait, I forgot about his movie. Yeah, his movie is supposed to be like one of the worst movies in and there's bad movies out. Chat, there's like whole movie production companies that try to make bad movies, right? Like Troma. And you're telling me this is the worst movie? Yeah, apparently Sky movie is one of the worst movies. So that's what's going on. But yeah, if we can get to 100%, I'll stick around and do more do some bonus content with you. And make sure to let me know when you donate if you want to support one of these topics, or if you want to support Vox Populi and say, hey, no money in politics, please. You can do that too. I am gonna pee. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get some water and maybe something to eat. Wait, what else was I need? There's like one other thing that I really need to do. I can't remember now. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this back on and I'll be listening on my headphones.
In intelligence,
it'll be really funny when Twitch. Okay, we're not gonna watch the rest of this. It'll be really funny when Twitch bans me as opposed to Asmongold. Well, they'll be like, Hasan is clearly botting today. Hasan is clearly botting. We must ban him now. Fantastic. Who do you think could be behind the botting? I don't know. Yeah, they're just jumped to 50K. They're doing a no you after you called them out on botting. Yeah. All right, let's get back to Iran.
Been moved out of their bases in the region. Janae?
All right, Ian, panel for us there in Tel Aviv. Our thanks to you.
And Trump warned Friday that limited strikes on Iran are possible. The president is pressuring Iran's government to dismantle its nuclear program. The warning comes as the United States ramps up its firepower in the Middle East. On Friday, the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier and 3 other warships entered the Mediterranean Sea. There are currently 13 U.S.
Yeah, now Asmongold chatters. Now Asmongold chatters can fucking cry and be like, well, I guess Hasan is the smarter person. Clearly, because he's view-mogging Asmongold. That's how it works, right? That's how it works, right, chatters? You know, the bigger the number, the better the person. The bigger the number, the more accurate their commentary. That's how it works, right? So there you go.
U.S. Navy vessels in the Middle East, including another carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. It is the largest military buildup in the region since the Iraq War in 2003. For more, we're joined from Washington by CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. Sam, good morning.
Good morning.
So how close are we to military action against Iran?
Well, with the arrival of these additional military assets, Vlad, the president now has maximum optionality when it comes to deciding whether, when, and how he wants to conduct a strike against Iran. He now has the option to not just launch strikes into Iran, but also ostensibly to ensure that to the best extent possible, U.S. forces, U.S. personnel in the region are protected if Iran chooses to retaliate. So we are much closer to war than we were before, and the president is much better prepared to launch not just limited strikes, but a more extensive and prolonged military campaign that could have real repercussions for the American people.
So, Sam, Iran is saying that they're working on finalizing a deal to propose to the U.S. Is there really a diplomatic off-ramp here?
Here's the real viewership.
There may be a diplomatic off-ramp, Adrian.
The real viewership is usually like, around 3 to 4K above the chatter count. So it's probably around like 28, 29K. But 73,000 is the live concurrent viewership, very clearly fucking being botted. The person that was botting Asmongold is now botting my ass.
But the timelines may just be off. I was involved in the early days of the Iran nuclear deal under President Obama. That deal took more than 20 months to negotiate, and President Trump has given a very short timeline for these negotiations. So what it's really going to come back to is whether the president's team assesses that Iran is actually committed to these negotiations, whether Iran is committed to giving up its nuclear stockpile, which is something it hasn't been open to in the past. And that's normally an intelligence community assessment, something that President Trump has in the past personally tried to decipher.
Sam, we know that with all those military assets in the region, that a strike package would cripple Iran. But the question becomes, to me, what happens after you've struck Iran? If there is regime change in the cards, what does that look like?
Well, Vlad, Iran may feel very far away to the American people, but there's certainly repercussions for Americans themselves. On the one hand, Iran will retaliate. They have the largest and most diverse ballistic missile stockpile in the region. They will likely try to hit U.S. bases, U.S. personnel. They've demonstrated both the intent and capability to strike Americans abroad throughout their history. At the same time, they could try to close a waterway known as the Strait of Hormuz, which could send oil prices much higher. That could impact the price at the pump as we head into the spring and summer. And so that could have very real implications for the American people, even if there's not an effort at Iranian regime change.
Sam, as our viewers remember, when the U.S. struck Iran's nuclear facilities last summer, the president said they were completely obliterated. What is then the state of the threat from Iran?
Well, President Trump's own team does not agree that they were completely obliterated. His own national security strategy says they were significantly damaged. But here's what we do know. We do know that the American strikes did damage some of Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities and a research facility. But we also know that Iran still has a stockpile of what's known as highly enriched uranium. That's material, if enriched further, could be used to break out to a bomb. We also know that Israeli efforts did successfully eliminate some of Iran's top nuclear scientists, so their intellectual capital has suffered. So the question now is, where is their nuclear stockpile? Are they trying to get more of the equipment needed to enrich more uranium? And do they have the capability still to engage in what's called weaponization, actually making a weapon? And the million-dollar question, Adriana, is, do they want to break out to a bomb? And that is going to underline the conversation about whether Iran is committed to negotiations or not, or if they're just biding time.
All right, Samantha Vinograd, thank you so much.
Admiral, let me begin with you. Tell me about the firepower that we've assembled in the Middle East.
You started with a comparison to 2003. It's also like 1990, Persian Gulf War I. This is a huge amount of U.S. firepower, and let's kind of do it from the outside in, if you will, in concentric rings descending like Dante's Inferno. On the outer rings are big strategic bombers. They can come all the way from the United States. They can operate from other bases. but at distance.
Yo, where's that chatter now? The chatter that was like, bro, that means he's got like still double your real viewership. Where was the Twitch tracker thing that I was looking at earlier? Can someone send me the link for the Twitch tracker and it'll show you now? Oh, you banned that person? Well, where are all the Asmongold's view mogging you chatters? What happened? How does it feel now? Does it feel good? Yeah, look. user to viewer ratio went up because the Twitch tracker hasn't even picked up the fucking botting yet in real time. Reported for botting Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, 100K, baby. Very real. Definitely very real. Why do your haters bot for you? Twitch isn't going to do anything about it. We'll find out who's doing the botting. We'll find out who's doing the botting when they start chirping about it on Twitter. Like if it's like DGG and Dan Stalkman and all those guys who are like, Hasan is clearly botting, blah, 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 blah. Then we'll know. Then we'll know who's responsible for it. Seemingly they only investigate if it's on Hasan's stream. Yeah, maybe. It would be really funny if, like I said, if Twitch goes, Hasan, you're being botted. Sorry, we have to ban you. After months and months and months of not doing anything about Asmongold getting botted, we've decided that we are taking the botting problem seriously now for the first time ever. They all leave you start gaming? Nah. No, you know what it is? It's the soundboard. It brought the viewership in, dude. All the Zoomers are finally watching. They all saw that I was fucking using the soundboard and they were like, we love it.
Inside are the two aircraft carriers. One you see there on the screen, it's in the northern part of the Indian Ocean. The other one is going to park right against Israel where you see the word Syria on that chart. So now you've got two axes. These are 80 combat aircraft each with F-35s, our most advanced jets, as well as plenty of F/A-18 Hornets. And then you go inside that and you've got the capacity to launch Tomahawk missiles. You can send drones in. You can use cyber. And of course, there's land-based aircraft, Air Force aircraft at many of those bases you show there. So again, think of it like Dante's Inferno descending. Right in the center of it at the very bottom is Ayatollah Khamenei. I agree with President Trump. He would be wise to negotiate.
David Sanger, you know the president well. You've covered him extensively. You were part of that New York Times group that spent 3 hours with him in the Oval Office recently. So I put my unusual question to you. Should the Ayatollah be nervous that the administration just lost the tariff battle in the Supreme Court?
Well, you can certainly argue that the president is probably feeling right now the first pushback on his powers that he's felt really in the first year of his presidency. For the first time, the courts have sort of come in a big way and said, this is not within the powers of the presidency unless the tariffs that he had imposed were not legal. And he may well want to push back by showing that he can operate in an area where the Constitution gives him an enormous amount of leeway. But even here, the interesting question is, this would clearly be an act of war. I mean, the way you test it is if somebody massed this kind of force off the United States and threatened to conduct this, we would consider that a potential act of war. And yet Congress has not issued either an authorization to use military force, as they did in the case of Iraq, or passed a war resolution. And, you know, what did the president tell us in that interview? He asked whether there were any limits on his power. He said, really only my own morality. That's the only limit.
By the way, I need to tell you guys something. This is precisely why botting also brings in real viewership as well. A big part of Twitch is a big part of like Twitch viewership as an experience revolves around FOMO. Okay, fear of missing out. So there are a lot of new real viewers that came in the process because they saw my viewership at 100,000, and now they're like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on? This is why a lot of people bought. Okay, I hope this is an experience that allows you to understand why some of these top content creators bought. Okay, yeah, people see me at 100,000 viewers, assume that we're fucking striking Iran, and they clock in. Like real viewership comes in as a consequence of being at the top of the directory.
So yeah, chat, this is the subject that we're talking about today. I gotta say though, okay, because I was listening while I was peeing as well, and I've got to say that the this thing that Hasan's watching right now, right? And look, there's like a scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas where they're watching the Vietnam War on television in a hotel room on a bunch of psychedelic drugs, right? There's a big machine in the sky, some kind of, I don't know, electric snake coming straight at us, says Raul Duke, and his attorney says, shoot it. To which Raul Duke responds, wait, let me see if I can find the second, because the second part of that clip is really, I might try to, if it's a short enough clip, maybe I could show it. Oh yeah, not yet. I want to study its habits. You know, they're on acid, right? It's the 60s. They're in Las Vegas. Just essentially taking a vacation courtesy of, I think, Rolling Stone. But the, you know, underlying like the elephant in the room is, in fact, the military-industrial complex, and I guess you could say the military-industrial media complex, because that's what we're looking at right here. It is this thing that has been around as long as I've been alive, right? Every time there is war or rumors of war, they bring these same guys onto television to talk about the, like, technology that's going to be used, to talk about the forces in the area, and to just, you know, create this like war drama that just gets consumed. And it's, I guess, payday for you know, your cable news channels, right? 24-hour cable news is kind of like built on moments like this: 9/11, the Afghanistan war, the Iraq you know, invasion, the Gulf War in the 90s, right? All these things, in addition to being the military-industrial complex feeding, are also media events. The media is feeding, and there's something so fucking disturbing about this, right? Something inherently just oh wait, is this the, yeah, because this kind of, he's got more, we got a second half to this after the, you know, after I show you what happened yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Oh, time is weird, chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to show you what happened today, which was, you know, he predicted that the people that do the botting, would pop up on Twitter and brag about it or talk about it. Maybe it's DGG, maybe it's somebody else. But it ends up being somebody streams and says, look, okay, so here you see the bots are here, we're gonna make them go over here, and they go, the bots move, so they're kind of like claiming they're claiming responsibility, I suppose, for the botting. Anyway, we'll see if anything gets done about it, right? But
he's like,
what?
That's what I'm
Wrong.
like.
What was I trying to find? Oh yeah, I was trying to find
2 club sandwiches, and, 2 more club sandwiches.
oh my god.
I need the card. I need to return with the card. Thank you, but the card needs to go back. I'll be back.
Fucking hit. I leave you alone for.
Anyway, I thought maybe I could give you like a I thought I could show you like a short little bit of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's buried in here somewhere. This is the clip. Obviously, you know, if you play a movie, you know, YouTube's not gonna like that. But I just felt like this moment right here is like kind of what we're watching, right? This big machine in the sky, some kind of electric snake. And I don't know what to do about that, chat. It scares me though. It scares me to live with this, right? And it scares me to wonder, like, how long have people lived with this, right? Like, what are we looking at, right? And why are we looking at it, right? Why does this shit fascinate us? And what is the connection between like war as entertainment? And I'm talking about whether we're, you know, movies, Apocalypse Now, you know, even movies that are speaking to the horrors of war, right? You sometimes have to ask yourself, like, what's my motivation for watching this? What's my fascination with the horrors of war? And that's probably an important question to face in order to be able to do something about this machine, this big machine in the sky.
This is precisely what I was talking about, and why I think like people are botting. I think it's Cake doing the botting, for the record, for Asmongold, but this is why I think they do it for Asmongold usually. I told the idiot for saying nuclear is haram, like it isn't even for use as a deterrent showpiece at this point. I mean, we're not going to talk about the fatwa here, okay? But yeah.
That I have. Iran is preparing a new draft proposal after nuclear talks with the U.S. Iran's foreign minister is optimistic about a deal. He says the U.S. has not asked Iran to halt uranium enrichment, and Tehran has not offered to suspend it voluntarily. He told MS Now they're hoping to hand over the new proposal to...
You know, Dr. Gonzo was a real guy, right? The attorney that Hunter S. Thompson's stand-in has in Fear and Loathing, and yes, in the Where the Buffalo Roam. He's a real guy. He was an attorney, I believe a civil rights attorney, and he disappeared without a trace. Nobody knows what became of Hunter S. Thompson's lawyer, right? And not even the doctor of journalism himself.
Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, soon.
And I don't think it takes long. Perhaps in a matter of a week or so, we can start real serious negotiations on the text and come to a conclusion.
Meanwhile, the president warns that he's considering limited strikes on Iran to pressure the country into a deal. The USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group is already in the Mediterranean Sea, heading towards the Middle East to join other U.S. military assets in the region. But top Democrats are urging the Trump administration not to take military action without congressional approval.
They're fucking open presents.
Benham Ben Taleblu, senior director of the Iran program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, joins us now. Thanks for coming back. Let's take this in bites. First, the optimism you're hearing.
Bites? I do feel like I'm consuming this.
Hearing from foreign minister.
This is a taco I don't want, chat. This is like
Arachi.
Military industrial taco.
At least on the path to substantive negotiations.
Thank you, Open Press.
I read that you see Iran playing the game it has always played. What?
Twitch sending me a note.
And the fucking thing too. I mean, I know there's a whole thing with CNN where they're kind of on the chopping block. We got an update on that. Anybody know about that? The CNN situation, the merger or the acquisition or whatever that's happening in the background. Yeah, because like, I mean, this is like, I don't know though. I feel like this is pretty standard fare for military coverage. I feel like it's just always like this. But, you know, if CNN was the liberal network that conservatives like to claim it was, you wouldn't hear you under Trump, you'd hear more concern about the war and less you know, excitement and less like that general that, I mean, of course I always pee at the wrong time, right? But that general that was talking about this is like, imagine Dante's 9 circles of hell and the Ayatollah's in the lowest one. And, you know, like, dude, fuck you. I'm sorry. This is real life and you're trying to turn this into some kind of fucking revenge fantasy, which is what the Inferno was, chat. Do people know that? Do people know that about Dante? If you haven't read here, I'll give you a spoiler. Please close your ears if you haven't read Dante yet and you're worried about being spoiled. You were going to read the Inferno, okay? It's about like revenge. It's about like the, you know, the lowest ring is for traitors, right? It's you know, politics in you know, the politics of where he lived, right? And yeah, it was a political text, absolutely. Yeah. So anyway,
notice that you're streaming,
but that's what the general's talking about. That's what the fucking revenge. You're thinking about revenge for a country that you have subjected to abject fucking misery for years and years and years, a country that you tried to control the resources of? Really? You want to talk about fucking, you're not the one entitled to revenge here, my friend. Right? There's a special circle of hell just for generals like this that go on cable news to stroke their cocks about, you know, the next military conflict.
Is taking off. Wait, what? Twitch sent a notification. To your point, Twitch just sent me a notification telling me about an uptick in viewership.
What? Wait, is that his editor or something?
Oh my God. This is how they game the system, is an automated notification. So Twitch's internal system unironically rewards people who are fucking botting, even if it's someone else botting.
YouTube gives you this if you have a video that pops off, right? They give you a little, I need to put out more videos, but like it's like a balloon, a picture of a balloon floating up, and it's like, your latest video has gotten more views than, you know, most of your, you know, like it's this much higher views than like the last video or something, right? It's, but yeah, he's saying that YouTube's like internal mechanisms are, Twitch's, right? I didn't know that Twitch had that, right? I'm trying to think of what do I get from Twitch? They have like they try to gamify the platform, right? there's like all these, like, to get affiliate and all this stuff, you got to be like this many followers and this many subscribers and this many hours streamed, and it, like, you know, kind of tracks it for you so that you could be like, oh, I just need to stream 20 more hours and I'll have like this status, right? And there's more things that you like unlock after that, but really, like, affiliate and partner are the only you know, super significant ones. I mean, I guess there's more than that too. If you reach certain sub levels, like certain like a number of people subbing you, you get like a higher percentage of the revenues. Ranking system tells the YouTuber, yeah, that they're, yeah, it'll give you that one. Well, that's a good sign, right? If you are a YouTuber and you get that 1 out of 10, so saying that your video is getting more views than the last 9 videos that you did. But that one, you know, you'll see more often. The balloon one is really about like something is blowing up. For me, it was a conversation with a certain very large streamer. I think was the first balloon that I got, and then the next one was probably the. Anyway, it's just saying that your channel's doing really good. Like it's trying to be like, keep it up, you know, whatever you're doing. This is
their fucking channel.
I'm glad I didn't listen to that advice though, because chat, if the.
This website is.
I would have had more conversations with Destiny had you know, had I you know, be like, yeah, look, keep doing the same kind of content.
So fucking busted, dude. They do this for hype trains too. Wait, really?
They do what for hype?
So when I have a fucking hype train, it informs people.
What? Chat, has anybody ever gotten anything like what he's talking about? Does anybody know what he's talking about? He's saying a chatter is telling him, like, hey, I got this notification that said, you know, this channel that you subscribe to, or channel that I don't like, you know, it's gotten more view. It's like way above normal for views. Like, right. It's like a notification that goes out. I guess if one of the channels you subscribe to, maybe, but has anybody, you've gotten that on Twitch? Because there's no way YouTube does that stuff.
Oh, Kaya. Oh my lord, she just farted so bad.
Oh no. Oh no, chat. Imagine being Kaya and having all your farts outed. Like, she kept it silent for you, Hasan. Come on.
Oh hell no.
He's gotta like clear the air.
Oh.
Yeah, sure, it was Kaya.
Oh.
Wait. Has anyone in chat ever farted so bad that you're reacting like this, right? People don't tend to react as like as vigorously to like their own brand, I've noticed. But I don't know. Maybe some farts are just so vile that even the one that dealt it, you know, ends up having to leave the room. Is that a thing? Maybe if you're really rich, you could have a special room that you just call your fart room. And anytime you have to fart, you go in there. And it's, you know, like there's like a fan, like sucking the air out. Killing the, putting more methane into the atmosphere. Which is like 4 times as bad as carbon. That's the revenge for the shot collar. There we go. Okay, I gotta keep moving, chat, because we actually got a second half for this, and we're gonna try to do bonus content. We're at 52 out of 100 right now. If we can get to 100 out of 100, I will stick around and cover one of these bonus topics that are right above me. And the poll has been volatile today, and like lots of people. Oh no, there's 1 minute and 50 seconds left of the butterfly goal, chat. If you value the butterfly in my hair, you've got a very difficult task ahead of you, right? If we can get, I think it's what, 7 more super chats of the teal variety in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? That will put a butterfly in my hair. Otherwise, we're gonna have to put the butterfly away for today. It looks like Ethan's #1 orbiter accused of cover-up is in first place. That would be the Nicholas Diorio content. Wow. I never thought, I don't know, a fart closet. Well, if you're really rich, it would be a room, right? It'd be like a room for farts, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe a vacuum, like, right? Like next to the toilet, there's like an ass vacuum. And you just sit on it and fart, and it vacuums the fart and does something with it, I guess. I don't know. What would it do, chat? What would it like, maybe you just suck it into the, maybe you could have like a containment unit like in Ghostbusters for your farts, right? You have like you take the fart vacuum and then you put it in the containment thing, and then, well, no chat, because then the guy from the EPA would come by and he'd be like, you're running an unlawful fart containment unit in your house. I am here from the government to shut it down. You're like, no, you can't do that. You're gonna let all the farts out. Chat, this is terrible. This is terrible. Farts are just like ghosts, aren't they? You can't have a fart vacuum. That's how fuel atomization works. Wait, atomization? Oh no. Okay, we missed the butterfly thing. Fume hood. Why are you keeping them? But anyway, yeah, Ethan's #1 orbiter, that Diorio's in first place. How 4chan made the alt-right is in second place. Mediason on iHip. I guess it's Jen from iHip on Mediason in third place, and the ShamWow guy. The ShamWow guy, he's oh, an activated charcoal filter? Huh. Like a like a fume hood. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, and then he lights a cigarette. Like, right, the EPA guy is like, I'm gonna have a cigarette now that I shut down your fart containment unit, and you're like, no, in slow motion as he lights the cigarette. And
oh my god!
What the hell? Oh my god! No way!
Actually, I can relate to this. Okay, I can relate to this. Okay, as a kid, one of my joys was playing the piano, and I had this like nice old lady to teach me piano. That was she was the, like, I think her husband was like the pastor at our church or something. So this is like this church lady, right? And she's super nice, she's super sweet, and super patient. With me trying to learn. You know what I mean? It's hard to as a kid to learn to play piano the right way. And she was very patient with me, right? So no complaints about the piano teacher, but she had a dog, and this dog was very old. He was like over 13. I don't know, pretty old dog, right? And it was a sweet dog. It was a cute dog. It was a lovable dog, but that dog had some severe digestive issues. Okay. And it liked to sit under, the dog loved me, right? The dog was really like, anytime I come in, the dog's like, wagging its tail and stuff. And so I would go to, take my piano lesson, and the dog would sit under the piano bench right underneath me. And as I am trying to show my piano teacher that I have indeed practiced, which was an issue, right? I'm a kid, if you let me get away with like not practicing, I will like sometimes not practice, and then I'll come in and, she'll be like, you clearly did not practice, right? But this time I had an excuse because her dog was just like, it's the worst thing I've ever, like, I don't usually complain that much about farts. I mean, people fart, right? Whatever. Sometimes they're bad. Sometimes you don't smell them at all. Sometimes they're loud. Sometimes they're quiet. Farts are a multi-splendored thing. But yeah, that dog was sick. That dog was, if I was not a kid, if it was me now, I would say, take your dog to the veterinarian because that dog is sick. That dog needs to be, and I can't. So finally, like, there was a moment in which I cracked and I just stopped. Like, I'm in the middle of playing Satie like bam 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 bam, you know, and like I just like I stop and she's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I can't take, I'm crying. I got the dog farting, it's too much. And she sent the dog away. She was like, get out of here. Get out of here. And I felt so bad because, you know, the dog did nothing wrong except not digest well.
It's lingering.
I sleep with a CPAP machine. It's always my greatest fear that someone will fart in it, like to try to play a joke on you. Or like just like a fart in the room would recycle the fart into the CPAP. Could it get sucked into the machine?
It's lingering. It's lingering. Oh, yeah. Get in on the fart train, chat. That's what it is. That's what
a ghost in the machine.
It is
the fart train.
Oh my lord! It's the soundboard, chat. That's why. That's why there's hella people in here.
What do you see here in this optimism?
Well, great to be back with you again. I think we have to pay attention to who the real decision makers are in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that's not the foreign minister. It's actually the supreme leader. That's a title meant to be taken rather literally. And he hasn't been speaking that much since the end of the 12-day war with Israel and America, but he's spoken about maybe 14, 16 times.
And that dog went on to be president of the United States of America. It's a story as old as time. That's how we got Joe Biden, yeah.
Time since then. And
that dog's name was Joseph Robinette Biden.
His most recent speech struck a drastically, and I want to stress that for the audience, drastically different tone.
Joe Biden seems like the kind of guy that would like make you smell his fart and he would like laugh at you. You know what I mean? Like he's like one of those grandpas, right? I wonder if do you think he Dutch ovens Dr. Jill? Do you think he like it's like the morning and he farts in and pulls the blanket over? Oh my God.
Than what Arakchi
it seems like a very Joe Biden thing to do.
Said both in his Fox interview as well as in his MSNBC interview that you just alluded to. So while Arakchi is injecting a little bit of cautious optimism, I would say the chances of a deal are about 20% and dropping with the Islamic Republic at this rate. Even if, for example, enrichment was not.
He probably can't actually eat dairy, but he does. He loves ice cream so much, and like, and she's like, sweetie, are you eating? You know you can't handle ice cream.
There's a whole host of other issues that do divide and keep apart the U.S. and Iran, especially at this very tense moment.
And so you say there's a strong contrast between what we're hearing from the Ayatollah and what we're hearing from the foreign minister. What's the most relevant contrast that you hear from the supreme leader?
Well, I don't want to get too into the details of my.
The thing that I hate the most about this, and I think the most about this particular set of like military experts and veterans and generals and shit, it's that this is the neocons, okay, pack watching Iran. The same fucking assholes that brought us the Iraq War, that brought us both Iraq wars, right? Really, that armed Saddam in the first place, right? The same fucking neocons that have been shitting on Iran for years over the fact that they could not control resources that should have belonged to the Iranian people. And these motherfuckers this is a pack watch. You know what I'm saying? This is them getting excited of like, oh yeah, regime change, I can smell it. But same thing on Cuba. Like the worst people in the world are super excited about the next shoe to drop when it comes to Cuba, when it comes to Iran.
sound a bit too theological, but the supreme leader of Iran also is an Ayatollah, as you mentioned, and he does reference Islamic political history, and in particular Shiite political history, to justify political moves. For example, when he authorized nuclear negotiations with President Obama back in 2013, under the auspices of the P5+1, he talked about Imam Hasan, and he talked about heroic flexibility, needing to show flexibility with your opponents, and that paved the pathway for the 2015 JCPOA deal. But here he's been talking about Imam Hussein, whose epithet, the master of martyrs, kind of tells you all you need to know about the direction the Islamic Republic is headed in. And
it's literally, bro, it's all, it's much more simple than these guys. It's much more simple than these guys present it as, okay? They're like trying to do the reading the tea leaf shit. And it's like, America has placed like almost half of their fucking naval assets right around encircling the nation state of Iran, okay? Of course, there's gonna be retaliation. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, yeah, America is like, why do we act like America moving naval assets and then consistently saying that they're going to bomb the—
Yo, I feel like I remember like my parents like blaming farts in the car on like somebody must be eating eggs somewhere. Like, right?
fuck out of this country is not going to invoke any response from the country whatsoever. It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, dude, there are consequences to our actions. There are reactions that will take place to whatever violent militant action we take. It's understandable. It makes total sense. How would America respond? If we were encircled by every Chinese naval asset, how would the United States of America respond? We'd probably fucking nuke the Three Gorges Dam before that took place. It's so dumb to act like you know, we're the main character and all these other countries around us are they should just shut the fuck up and eat it quietly. They should just get blown into oblivion. Only us in Israel have a right to defend themselves, obviously.
It's quite rare also internally to have military, political, and religious elites sing from the same sheet of music. And the same sheet of music is that if there's a strike, no matter how limited, Iran will respond in a massive way.
And so you mentioned the JCPOA that President Trump ended in his first term in 2018. And I just want to read a bit of what we learned from that interview from the foreign minister. We've not offered any suspension, and the U.S. has not. The U.S. side has not asked for zero enrichment. What we are now talking about is how to make sure that Iran's nuclear program, including enrichment, is peaceful and will remain peaceful forever, which would be too similar to the JCPOA, that it would be a complete contrast to what we're hearing from President Trump publicly. Is that credible at all, that continuing an enrichment program is part of the conversation?
Well,
so yeah, this number of that he's got, I don't know, does his screen somewhere show the number of current viewers? Some people do, like, right, some people, I don't know if it's like a flex or what, but they'll have their, like, they'll have the current number. Does Chatterino say it? Oh yeah, it does. I think 100,000. Yeah, he's up to 100,000 here. Is that right, Chad? Am I reading this correct? Does Chatterino give you the number of people? Is this 104,497? Is that number? And then the number of followers, 1.44 million. Yeah, I think this is the number of. He's been live for 3 hours and 9 minutes. That makes sense. There we go. Okay. So yeah, he's up to 100,000 here. see, where are we at? 309. Okay, so we don't mention actually Asmongold again until 404. What happens when I click on this? Okay, so it's 120,000. So it doesn't look like it's wow. I wonder what happens if we like kind of scroll through now he's watching Asmongold react to I'm just trying to look here and make sure that there's no more mentions of like botting or talking about Cuba. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in between these two. Wait, it did. Oh, no, no, no. Here we go. Okay.
Yes, chatter. Are you fucking new? Are you stupid? Yes, it happened. I called out Asmongold for getting botted when he had 100K, and then the bots left, some of his bots left, and came here. Yes.
Humanitarian disaster in.
Okay, so it looks like there's that mention, and then at 404. Now this may just be him talking about Asmongold because he's reacting to Asmon's reaction to him. Which, have you ever noticed this, chat? If you actually watch Asmongold, you know, like you watch a clip of his or whatever, or you know, watch his stream, I guess, right? He's got this fucking I don't even know what to call it, right? It's video game music, but it's like shitty medieval video game music, if that makes sense, right? It's just like this, like, well, I mean, I guess if I just play it here, you'll probably hear some of that music, but yeah, I don't know how anybody watches this guy. It's so fucking idiosyncratic, but I mean, I don't know. For me, not in a good way. Not in a good way.
How do I explain to Adam or Asmongold? It'd be much more difficult to explain this to Asmongold than Adam, probably. That USAID.
Oh, thank you, Burple. Burple's telling me Chatterino kind of lags, so the directory itself was jumping wildly. So when he had 104 on the directory was saying 170. I see. Okay, so and he got up to all the way to like 350K.
Actually helps American interests, as in it helps American imperialism. Through USAID, you set up front operations, civil society organizations, at the country that you are seeking to destabilize or have some significant amount of influence over. This doesn't mean that people that work at the USAID are bad people, or it doesn't mean that the USAID across the board is a bad thing at all. Having said that, however, soft power is done so that you can justify hard power later down the line. I am not against an aid mechanism from the United States government in theory, just like I'm not against policing as an institution in theory. I'm not against a USAID style structure. If like the United States of America was the United
Zoop's just telling me it's the Kingdom Come soundtrack. Sorry, why does it sound weird when I say it? Kingdom Come. God damn it. I'm trying to say it normal, chat. I don't know what's wrong with me. The Kingdom Come soundtrack. Is that what he usually listens to, or is it just what he's listening to this time?
Soviet socialist states of America, and they had an aid delivery mechanism that, you know, the similar to the Cubans, for example. I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. Cubans do medical missions. They send medication with the limited amount of
Asmon's got a new podcast.
With the limited opportunities that they have with all of their with all of the limited resources they have. When they develop vaccines, for example, they send it to Latin American countries during COVID. Like, that's a good thing. Okay. So the United States doing something similar would be a good thing. I wouldn't have an issue with that at all.
Like, I mean, again, like, even like, and so this is the problem, right? Is that Hasan doesn't argue these things in good faith. He doesn't talk about what he really thinks about this. And so he has to play these games. Suicidal empathy? Yeah, fuck him. Who cares?
Wait, what?
Restore.
What does this have to do with me? He's not even disagreeing with me. Correct. I don't want my money sent to Africa or any other PvP service shitholes of the world. It's unethical too, through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. Cheap emotional blackmail. You realize preventing disease and pandemics helps Americans, you fucking R-word, Lamau. I love how you can clock racism so well that chatter saying he was Somalian and went over my head, but you instantly banned him, Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Adam responded, Elon Musk nuking USAID will kill 14 million people by 2030. The difference between a D and R presidency in 2028 is the difference between 4.5 million children under 5 either dying from preventable diseases or surviving. Asmongold doesn't give a shit. He will literally... This is low-key part of the reason. The average American doesn't give a shit. The reason why, while we were having that conversation, I told Adam, like, while I agree with that, they shouldn't run on that at all, was because the average American is unfortunately closer to Asmongold's point of view than our point of view. I don't know how real these figures are. I don't know the methodology. Having said that, while USAID is a tool for American imperialism, the reality of the matter is it does also do good. It has the capacity to do good. It has soft power initiatives that it implements, which means like medical missions, which means aid, which means the delivery of medicine, vaccination and mass inoculation campaigns. Like, these are good things. These are necessary things, okay?
A brand new sitcom podcast presenting The Roach King and and his undead rat. I think the rat is like his mount, right? He rides it into battle with his Nerf jousting set.
Yeah, scoop. Trump aides are struggling to spend the extra $500 billion on the military, delaying budget. Trump agreed to Hexet's bid for a 50% military spending boost. Vought and others objected internally. It's so much money they can't figure out how to spend it. We are set to spend $10 trillion on the military over the next decade. The Trump plan will make it $15 trillion,
crazy.
A $5 trillion increase. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, hearing care was estimated to cost $400 billion over a decade. Congress could say no, but the increase in military spending alone could rival the cost of major domestic tax and spending legislation. We should give it all to Israel, honestly. It's quite anti-Semitic that we're not considering giving all of this to Israel right now. After all, they have a right to have socialized medicine and free college. You know, fuck America. Obviously, Israel #1, right? You're not even gonna give a couple billion. You're not even gonna let Israel smell a couple billion of that. Thank you for acknowledging that. Many leftists have to make everything we do into something bad somehow. Yes, I'm not one of these people. I have a very reasonable and balanced. Maybe they, yeah, I called out Asmongold. What's even the point of viewbotting you? It just vindicates what you were saying. It's for people who don't know, who many of which will come in here and be like, oh my God, there's a lot of people watching. What the fuck's going on? But it's for people who don't know, so they can be like, Hasan is a viewbotter now or some shit.
I mean, yeah, anytime this gets brought up, you know, and used against Asmongold, he or his fans can say, well, Hasan was viewbotting, you know, the other day, or, you know, I don't know. They can play this as anything they want. They could even try to like claim that like Asmongold's viewbotting is minimal and that Hasan got jealous, right? Or like that this bump was natural. I don't know. They gaslight. This is what slop tubers do. Oh my God. I'm trying to eat rice with my fingers. It's not as easy as it looks.
Maybe they, yeah, I called out Asmongold. I called out Asmongold before for botting. What makes this time different? He was getting heavily botted today, more than usual. He had like 100K.
Oh wait, yeah. So this is
all the boss left Asmongold stream.
This is where we started. I was like, wait a minute. Why is this familiar? Why is this familiar? Right. So yeah, the whole fucking 2 hours before this is when the actual botting started. Let's take a look at his tracker now. So people are telling me this the Chatterino does track his concurrence, but it's a lagging indicator. He's up to almost 200K by this count now. I don't know what he would be up to. He's I mean, I'm guessing he's kind of like starting to approach the peak at this point. But yeah, just so that they can confuse the issue and be like, oh yeah, but Hasan, he was viewbotting. Yeah, he got jealous of. I don't know what they're gonna say. You could make up a narrative. That's the whole thing. Is all you got to do is make up a narrative, and people will believe you. You don't have to have proof. You don't have to have anything, right? If it sounds like a thing Hasan would do, and by Hasan, I mean the Hasan that shocks his dog and that, you know, was serious about bro tips, like really meant that stuff. And when he did still thinks that stuff about women from bro tips, right? I mean, that the Hasan that they have in their mind, the Hasan that they have sold as who he is, right? The one that loves terrorism and whatever else, right? If they think that Hasan would do it, right? Something like viewbotting up to 350K out of jealousy, then yeah. The roaches will believe it. The roaches will spread that disease.
Freeman came here.
Roach.
Well, not all the bots, but some of the bots left Asmongold stream and came here. But the reason why they're doing that is so they can probably use it as an argument in the future. But they don't understand that, like, I'm very...
Repel, thank you for the gifted sub to Sweetheart's Cat. Sweetheart's Cat, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing.
Up to date with this stuff and talk about it all the time, very transparently. Like, I just brought up the fact that my highest viewership was 314,000. If you notice, like, the bots picked up and they're now jumping up again. It's got to be an incredibly costly initiative too. No shot. Hasan got 217K viewers. No way. Bot of the hell. Yes, chatter. You're not making a
discovery.
You're not making like a crazy assessment here.
Burpel making the call for Ethan Slop. Which is the Ethan? Oh God, it's not even. It's Dior. You mean the Diorio Slop? Ethan's new orbiter. Actually, not that new. Diorio's been orbiting for a while. Beep boop. See, Omega Star. I need a beep boop on the soundboard. for stories like this, right?
It's just funny because people know I don't bot, so when they see a very clearly botted stream, they just assume something horrifying happened in the world. But I don't understand why they're doing it. Like, I don't know what the goal is here. Yeah. Careful, the advertisers on your channel might cancel. I don't want to stop hearing about the Piker Broadcasting Service and who is sponsored by. Exactly. Like, if I had advertisers on my fucking channel, and you screenshotted this and you sent it to them and you were like, this guy's obviously botting all this shit, you know, that would mean one thing. Except I'm sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, so it doesn't mean anything. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and your subscriptions, your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free, by the way, or a $6 a month subscription is the only way to support the show. Ironically enough, which is precisely the reason why nothing will happen. Nothing will come of this. Twitch sent out a notification about the viewer jump. Yeah, I don't. This is what's so crazy.
If you follow him, or
turn this feature off for Hasan. I thought World War III had kicked off. First of all, no, Twitch shouldn't turn off that feature for me. What the fuck's wrong with you, Joship girl? Are you stupid? Yeah, let's take another fucking. Let's take.
I feel like I know that chatter
from Hasan. Another initiative, another way to like inform his fucking audience. Let's just fucking blacklist me actually, because it hurts your. Because you wanted to make a fucking joke.
Omega Star with the 3 stream.
Sanzu Pill, thank you for the 5 gifted. G-Vebs, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anyway. Yeah. At 1:30 PST, they leave. Look. They left his stream. He had 100K viewers, and now he's down to 45 again, which, again, may or may not be botted by a different service. And then, boom, right as soon as they leave, they come here.
This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is where it gets spooky. Yeah, the bots. So yeah, I was just for anybody who is just now joining us. All right. This is yesterday's stream for Hasan, so not like today's stream. Like the, oh my god, it's gonna be so hard to explain which stream this is. February 21st, right? The stream for February 21st, right? Asmongold's numbers start to go out of control. They start to go crazy, right? You know, he's usually botted, but he seems to be more botted than usual. And people start talking about this on Twitch, including Hasan. And Hasan starts to brag that, like, you know, hey, you can tell I'm not botted because, you know, here's my stats and all, right? You know, there's basically the chat moves in accordance with the number of people watching, right? That's how you can tell if somebody is botted or not. If you know, the number goes way up and the chat doesn't go way faster, then that's probably botting. And this is what's happening with Asmongold. And then as Hasan talks about them, they leave Asmongold's chat, and at the same time they go into Hasan's chat as if to say, how are those statistics now, right? And indeed, when you add 100,000, yeah, there's the graph right there. Wait, can we see this? Is this visible? Let me turn up the resolution if I can. Nope, we're already maxed. Okay, yeah, that line is 116,000, right? So yeah, it goes up to 116,000, comes down, goes back up again, goes down a little bit, goes back up. And you know, these kind of, it's like the hockey stick nature of these movements, right? That tells you if somebody is, you know, you know, the way that Hasan gets his viewers is sort of like, I mean, you can see like quick at first with notification and then slowly, like a very flat graph. This is more vertical, hence the botting. So yeah, now all these bots have come into Hasan's chat, you know, as if the person doing the botting was like, you know, saw a clip of Hasan or something. I was like, oh yeah, I'll show you.
The spike in like new followers coming in is probably because there's new real viewers that tuned in just because they saw me at such a high number.
Yeah, for the record, chat, I'm not eating rice with my fingers. I'm trying to eat it with cabbage, right? You take these like, you get these like cabbage wedges, and then you like scoop with the cabbage wedge because it's easier than going and getting a spoon, I guess, which I really should do anyway.
And then they followed to chat. It's so funny. We got Fossilbot going, we're being viewbotted, hence the large viewership number. Twitch will deal with it. Please focus on the topic on the stream.
Yeah, it's up to 230,000. Somebody said in chat.
What is this? Asmongold molding over a new video debunking IQ just dropped. Exposing the grift, debunking Asmongold on IQ in less than 10 minutes.
Most ironic social media posts of all time. Asmongold makes the claim, in response to Mehdi Hasan, that the average IQ in Somalia is 68, and that this claim isn't racist, but a fact. What makes this post ironic is the very last bit where Zach claims Hasan's tweet is an attempt to push a narrative. Well, not only is this Asmongold's attempt to push a narrative, but the claim itself that African people have low IQs is also an attempt to push a narrative. That number
one in chat, if you know this channel, I think the channel's called the Birdman.
typically traces back to the work
Like the E and the D, I think it's like a 3.
of Richard Lynn.
Yep.
This guy, a literal self-described scientific racist. This man was part of a secret eugenics conference where, and I'm not joking, there were people favorably arguing in favor of pedophilia. So, yeah, this is the guy Asmongold is quoting. Lynn published a
Why does it always lead back to that?
paper in 1982.
I mean, chat, honestly, the origins of 4chan, if we end up choosing that, what is winning right now? Oh, Ethan's #1 orbiter. Nicholas Diorio, yeah. How 4chan made the alt-right is in second place. That video like talks about the way that the reason that 4chan started, look, is that Something Awful was willing to host, although begrudgingly, a board about anime. Something Awful was not willing to host a board about lolicon, okay? And that's what it became, right? So the whole reason for 4chan's existence was that the anime audience, somehow, was the audience, like the part of the audience was in there to share, like Vosh stuff, right? Short stack goblins.
Called IQ in Africa and the pseudoscientific.
Isn't it weird how it always leads back to that, whether it's like Destiny or, we're talking to 4chan or we're talking about like Vosh. It's just like all this bad stuff has like Milo Yiannopoulos, right? It has like an origin point.
Journal, The Mankind
Nuxtaku,
a white supremacist outlet that is currently maintained by the hilariously named Human Diversity Foundation, a far
Mankind Quarterly, and it's like a fucking race science magazine. God,
right white nationalist company. In this journal, Flynn argued that the IQ of sub-Saharan Africa was around 70. Notice I said sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, Lynn's argument was that a continent that consists of about 50 countries all had a similar very low IQ. The obvious problem with this argument is that Africa is huge and there are over 1 billion people with over 1,000 different ethnic groups. Nigeria alone has more than 200 ethnic groups, and that's a single country. Do you think Lynn tested every ethnic group in Nigeria, let alone the rest of the continent? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, the important
Look, I mean, I'm glad there's people to go in here into the literature and debunk this. I have to admit, I have a little bit of a reaction to like treating this shit like seriously in the first place, right? But
part is other psychologists went back
I
and
just wish we could call motivated reasoning and say that, listen, if you want to convince me of something, right? Just like I mean that's the issue right there. You don't have to be like here's why your fucking race this is why your racist this is why your race science is bullshit, right? You know, I don't know, it's just
actually checked Lynn's work. Wichards, Dolan, and von der Maas published a systematic review in the journal Intelligence, looking at IQ data from sub-Saharan African samples. What they found was that because African countries are developing countries, they hadn't experienced the variables that caused the Flynn effect, such as improvements to nutrition, healthcare, and even toys. In other words, the environment is the most relevant
oh shit, I don't think he explained the Flynn effect. Oh, he's going to explain the Flynn effect. Yeah.
variable in determining one's IQ score, not genetics. But let's rewind for a second because I mentioned something that you all may not be familiar with, the Flynn effect. The Flynn effect is the observed rise in IQ scores over time. Basically, if you gave an average person from 1901 a modern IQ test, they would score dramatically lower than the people of today. Not because they were genetically predisposed to being less intelligent, but because IQ tests measure certain types of abstract reasoning, pattern recognition, and problem solving that modern societies train us in constantly.
We're going to take a quick voyage over the cognitive history of the 20th century, because during that century our minds have altered dramatically. As you all know, the cars that people drove in 1900 have altered because the roads are better and because of technology. And our minds have altered too.
Oh God.
We've gone from people who confronted a
I think I've seen this
world and analyzed that world primarily in terms of how much it would benefit them, to people who confront a very complex world. And it's a world where we've had to develop new mental habits, new habits of mind. Now, this dramatic change was drawn to my attention through massive IQ gains over time. And these have been truly massive. That is, we don't just get a few more questions right on IQ tests. We get far more questions right on IQ tests than each succeeding generation back to the time that they were invented. Indeed, if you score the people a century ago against modern norms, they would have an average IQ of 70. If you score us against their norms, we would have an average IQ of 130. Now, this has raised all sorts of questions. Were our immediate ancestors on the verge of mental...
I am trying to remember. I know I've taken an IQ test at some point. I'm trying to remember what kind of stuff is actually on it. But like this kind of strikes me as a little bit weird. Wait, how many years ago is he talking? I sometimes wonder, right? Well, I mean, I guess it's more of a question of, I guess this is more of a question of vocabulary, right? Words that are commonly spoken, but yeah, I mean, obviously if you watch the Ken Burns, like, Civil War thing, you're kind of amazed at the vocabulary that's being used in these letters by I don't know. It's but yeah. That being said, in reality, I think this Flynn effect is like a tested, it's like a verified thing. Waka Waka, indeed, Omega Star. Wait, is this not? Oh God. They're laughing because he's anyway. I think something I need to fix this. Let's grab that and put it. Okay. This whole time, Chad, I have not had. Wonder what Trump's IQ is. I bet there is like, I bet that's probably under like more. That's more redacted than the Epstein files, right? Trump's true IQ. If there's any scores for that, it would be definitely not something that they're. Am I getting it to work? Boom. Yes, there we go. Waka Waka. Thank you, Omega Star.
Because 70 is normally the score for men.
I did not expect a guy on a TED Talk to say that in an academic setting too.
Mental retardation. Or are we on the verge of all being gifted? Because 130 is the cutting line for giftedness.
James Flynn, the political scientist who documented this pattern, showed that IQ scores increased roughly 3 points per decade.
Wait, isn't the other guy's name Richard Flynn? What's up with the fucking Flynns, man? Or no, it's Richard Lynn. Fuck me up for a second.
In many countries throughout the 20th century. So, if IQ were purely genetic and fixed, that kind of rapid change would be impossible. Evolution does not move that fast. Your great-grandparents were not biologically inferior to you. They just lived in a world with less formal education, less exposure to abstract symbols, less complex media, and different cognitive demands. Which means IQ scores are sensitive to the environment and improve when the environment improves. Access to schooling, nutrition, healthcare, the complexities of daily life, all of these things are relevant, and none were accounted for in Lynn's work. Because of course they were.
Davi says, well, also past people were dumber because they ate less calories during childhood. It's also why they were shorter on average and weaker. That is. I thought that, but Davi, they use words that I don't know, so they must be smarter than me, right? Because that's how we gauge intelligence, right? Somebody that has like, if somebody uses words that you have to look up, then they must be. That's how I gauge intelligence, right? They use words I have to look up. They must be smarter than me if they don't. If they scratch their heads when I say a 3-syllable word, they must be less smart than me. That's. No, I'm totally kidding. But you know, isn't it weird how like how people tend to gauge it, like the Ben Shapiro effect, right? The whole reason people think that Ben Shapiro is smart is because he talks fast and he uses words that I swear to God are just like slightly above the reading level of your average MAGA chud, and they're like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking genius. Jordan Peterson, right? All these right wingers that got the accolades for being these like huge brains, and they are just like running around with.
Weren't. Lynn was a self-described.
I think there's only one.
The Flynn effect. Yeah.
That I personally think is real, and that is if you believe in Richard Lynn's work, that means you are objectively low IQ. That's it. That's the greatest IQ test of all time. If you turn around and you're like, oh, Somali's average IQ is 70, then yeah, you're fucking low IQ objectively. Okay. Outside of that, there's not a lot of utility for it. It just basically shows you that you're good at taking the test in general, especially considering view botting final boss. I swear to God, I think this is the reason why the guys did it. So that they could come in here and be like, no, I'm going to unban this guy.
They're literally.
So that they could come in here and be like, wow. Yeah, dude. For
the Michael Flynn effect?
For the last fucking 8 years that I've been on this platform, I just decided one day to randomly fucking viewbot by 200,000. You fucking idiot. And it happened right after I called out Asmongold for being botted.
They're gonna say he was jealous of Asmongold's numbers. That's how they're gonna spin this.
He's trying to kill your user to viewer ratio.
I kind of think
said how high it was. Yeah, except you do realize that there is a daily viewer to user ratio that you can look at. And this is the only time it's been so low. And every other day, it's like 90%. So obviously it doesn't fucking matter because tomorrow it's going to go back to 90%. Sorry, dog. Told all the homies to check you out. Yeah. Thank you. I think this is another IQ marker. Another IQ test is if you think that someone having higher viewership implies that they're more correct. Another IQ out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, so that's showing him. Oh my God, what does that say? Yeah, 230. I mean, that's what his Chatterino says too. He's almost at 250K. Also, he's getting like legitimately mad about this, and it's like, come on, this is like, don't get rage baited by a race realist, and also don't get rage baited by, you know, some shithead roach.
Thank you. That they're more correct, for example. Like you can't make an assessment on what they're saying and judge it in accordance to facts on the ground. And instead you look at like how high someone's viewership is and you go, there, this must be the smart guy. This must be the smarty pants stream. If you get rage baited by this event, agreed. That chatter fucked us on up with that bait. Yeah, he fucked me up. I'm dead
racist.
now.
His goal was to show how inferior black people were. Richard Lynn's work on race and IQ heavily influenced The Bell Curve, a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles Murray that argued intelligence is largely shaped by genetics with some environmental influence, and that IQ is a stronger predictor of life outcomes, income, job success, crime, out-of-wedlock births, than the socioeconomic status you were born into. The bell curve has been challenged by geneticists, psychologists, and statisticians for overstating the heritability of IQ across groups and for downplaying environmental variables, treating socially constructed racial categories as biological truth. Richard Lynn was one of the primary scholars who compiled and popularized cross-national IQ datasets, alleging to show innate racial hierarchies. This is the
Look at this way. You have all of Aiden Ross's old Twitch viewers in here now. Yeah. Spam W's and L's in the chat, dude. Spam L Aiden in the chat. Let me get an L Aiden spam, guys. Guys. Ultra analyst.
Textbook definition of racism, by the way, that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and that those...
I think the reference is that Aiden Ross... somebody mentioned fascism, and he's like, "What's fascism?" He starts looking into on Wikipedia, and he's like, "Yeah, well, the philosophy espoused by Benito Mussolini."
Differences produce an inherent superiority or hierarchy. Anyway, those datasets compiled by Lynn were later cited approvingly by the bell curve authors Murray and Herrnstein. In fact, Murray has explicitly acknowledged Lynn's work as part of the research base for their claims about group IQ differences. The problem is not simply that Lynn held extreme views, including open support for eugenics, but that his data practices have been widely criticized for flaws in its methodology. Upon reviewing Lynn's work, Witchert states the following: the assertion that the average IQ of Africans is below 70 is not tenable, even under the most lenient of inclusion criteria. Because Lynn missed a sizable portion of the relevant literature, their estimate of average IQ of Africans is clearly too low. Combined, the current systematic review and the results of our review of Raven's test suggests that the average IQ of African test takers is close to 80. We believe that the accuracy of estimates of national IQ of sub-Saharan African countries...
So yeah, check that video out.
Also...
on The Birdman is the name of the channel. I think the E and the is a 3, but you should be able to find that video on his channel.
Gold has had a consistent 45K like straight this entire time. Very interesting. Very interesting and very real viewership of 45K that's just like capped. Are they view botting you so that they can say you're view botting? Yes. But they don't understand. View botting someone doesn't work because you either make people legitimately believe that I have 250,000 real viewers watching right now, or they understand that this is the one instance where I'm getting view botted by someone else. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. That's why it's just like it makes no sense. That happened to Asmon earlier today, not saying it's related. Yeah, it happens to.
Not saying it's related.
Oh, yes, exactly.
It seems pretty
discourse
related.
very intellectually, honestly. Anyway, thanks for helping elect the pedophilic Trump administration that shot 2 Americans a few weeks ago. We can discuss this on my stream anytime you'd like.
Oh my God, chat. We got to get to the, let's see, what time is it now? Ooh, geez.
Didn't even try to address a tweet. No one ever does. No one ever does. That's what's so fucking annoying about this shit, okay? None of these people, anytime I have a tweet on the timeline that people get very mad about, they don't even know why they're fucking mad. Okay? Yeah. Also, Asmongold has had a consistent 45K, like straight, this entire time. Very interesting. Very interesting and very real viewership of 45K that's just like capped. And after I called him out, or after I called out whoever was fucking botting him, that his stream was getting botted, they came over here and then they pumped it.
I want to make sure that we can watch what happened today because it's actually really interesting. People came on people that did a Twitch stream claimed responsibility for the view botting.
20K are on busy days like 32K, which is legit numbers.
And this is the wild thing, chat. Like somebody comes on YouTube, does a stream, says they're view botting, and oh wait, no, I think they did actually. I think they did eventually get banned, right? But yeah, somebody came on, took credit for it, gave a little bit of like motivation. We hate Hasan. We're on Ethan Klein's side, right? Just very.
Wait, no, I'm not at fucking 20K. No, I'm at 30 to 40K. Okay, calm down.
Midwits are super real and to have doomed society. Yeah, I mean that's that meme exists for a reason.
You're wrong.
Also, it's very silly.
Chill. Why did these people think you have the power to win or lose elections? Because I'm at 300K right now. So I suspect that they'll hit the highest viewership number I've ever hit, like real viewership number I've ever hit is 314,000. When I called it out, the bots kicked up. So I guess like they're going to try to break that record, which again, I don't really give a shit.
Next to the moon says number of followers, voters, viewers, etc. Has absolute zero to do with common sense or intelligence. A look at Trump voters is a testament to that. Yeah, and look, with this, we're not even talking about real numbers of anything, right? We're talking about somebody who's manipulating. Well, I'm sorry. Let's say this the right way, chat. I don't know that Asmongold is, on board with it, behind it, whatever. There's some chance it's. Well, wait, does he have an organization? Chat, is Asmongold currently involved in an organization, or is he? I feel like he's been pushed out or quit a lot of the stuff that he was involved in. So I don't know who it would be, but I mean, he is one of the bigger streamers out there. So that's a reason in and of itself for I don't know. Some people are hypothesizing it's Kick that's pushing him, but the Asmongold push is pretty steady. Like any time that he's streaming. With the exception, right, of well, I don't even know if it's an obsession. He's at 45,000 once the chat bots leave his chat, he stays steady at there. I don't know if that's like his real viewers. Something tells me his real viewers are more like 25K. So he may have other people botting, but yeah, whatever bot net like withdrew from him, went over to Hasan, and then they're just kind of fucking with people, right? And there are people that came on and claimed responsibility and showed that they could bot, I think, themselves. So like their own channel, which I'm guessing was new, maybe, had all the botted views until they got banned.
Okay, great.
Oh yeah, I should check and see let's check the poll again. I might at some point, chat, I'm wanting to just like switch because I want to show you what happened today. That's what I'm talking about, the revelation of the people that are claiming responsibility for this. Yeah, maybe I'll just go ahead and do that so that I know I'll have time. I also want to check really quick on the bonus poll. What the, oh my gosh, silent like a ninja, Omega Star with the $50 super sticker with the Doge jumping to the fireworks. This kind of happened. Oh my God, chat. I feel like I haven't talked about this, right? I got really lucky with where my apartment ended up, like where the apartment that I found, right? Because it's like for fireworks, which, you know, okay, like New Year's Eve. There's also a Thai New Year, and you know, various other events and celebrations, right? There's fireworks in the city, and like I'm in the perfect place to watch them, right? So this is me whenever fireworks. I think there was a few people shooting fireworks for the Lunar New Year recently, but not nearly as many for the New Year's Eve celebration itself. Was crazy. I was like being in the middle, like I had to shut the window because I was like afraid, oh my God, like an errant firework could hit me. But that is a cool super sticker, and that was me on New Year's Eve. I got a few pictures of it, and then I realized, you know, it's hard to take pictures of fireworks, right? If you don't snap it at the exact right time, it just looks like a puff of smoke, kind of. And so, I mean, they're pretty shapes. But anyway, that is a cool super sticker, and that gets us to how. I didn't even see it either. 108. There we are. So 108. I'm gonna try to make sure that we got time to see the. Oh my God, wow. We're gonna have to whirlwind tour here, chat. Let's make this happen, though. Okay, so I'm gonna take us now to. I think this is from today. Let's see, 10 hours ago. Yeah.
Confused by why the fuck is Asmongold ignoring this when they're like directly restreaming his
Take them
stream?
off of his channel right now. Everybody pay attention.
So that's those are the people that I was talking about, right? The people claiming responsibility for the view botting.
I'm going to take the views off of Asmongold.
Now, for the record, I think they're not necessarily. This doesn't necessarily represent all of Asmon's view bots, right? But the excessive number that got, you know, the I don't know. Like 45,000, I don't think is Asmongold's real numbers either. But anyway, let's go.
Asmongold's channel and then put them back onto our channel. You're gonna see his views drop and ours go up.
Wait, what the fuck is this, bro? Confession: 188,000 viewers. Asmongold: 106,000 viewers. What the fuck's happening?
Oh, isn't this cool? Isn't this cool? This is like a chemistry experiment, chat. They're like, check this out. All right, see all these viewers on Asmongold? That's a crazy number, isn't it? Watch it drop. Boom. Now look at where the chatters are. Look, they're on us. They're on us. We're at, you know, so you know, I'm convinced. I'm convinced, right? These people had, you know, were manipulating hundreds of thousands of bots the other day. It seems like these are the people.
On that, because I feel like there's some fuck shit going on there, but these are the botters, allegedly. Why are they botting? Chatters were saying it's the botter exposing Asmon. Wait, why were they botting me too then? This guy massively underuses his platform. An American socialist has 354,000 people watching him, and what's the end result? He's a good entry point for people, but I think he also has some responsibility to siphon these people at least gradually into some form of organized politics. Wait, what? Dog, not only is this botted, but I already do that. What the fuck's this guy talking about? I want I want someone to at least like criticize something that I'm not doing for once. Like anytime someone brings some shit up, they're like, "Yo, you don't do enough of this." It's like it's
Oh
a
yeah.
thing that I've
Oh yeah.
been
Good call. I gotta add. I'm assuming I'm adding this to Ethan's #1 orbiter, right? Omega.
doing. Okay, it's a motherfucking thing that I've been doing nonstop. Asmongold claps back after Hasan pulled up a stream chat and accused him of botting. I don't think I've ever seen anyone be as openly envious and jealous as Hasan. You're a grown man.
I'm sorry. Did I call it or did I call it? Did I call it or did I call it? I feel like I called it. I feel like I called that. And I haven't even seen this, right? This is not a pre-watch, chat. I just knew. Look, after having dealt with a lot of gaslighting myself when it comes to internet drama, I kind of know how disingenuous people speak. I can kind of predict their next statement almost as if I was a JoJo protagonist, right? It's almost like, your next, your next statement will be, or you will say blah, 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 blah. And they're like,
was just shown the spike of bots caused on Asmon on his own channel because the bots jumped from Asmon doesn't seem to know how to solve it. It had nothing to do with jealousy because the numbers were clearly fake for both channels. So as a response to I don't bot, it was a deflection that Hasan is jealous got it.
He's definitely jealous. Yeah, I called it.
They're
jealous Hasan.
You said it earlier. What?
Hiya!
You don't hoop. It's true. I don't hoop. Not anymore. I knew they were going to try and say it's not his fault either. It's both of them. Yeah. I wish you had cooler.
Yeah, they're both. They're conspiring on it.
Sometimes I do too. That we could have like a lovers quarrel.
Chat, the bots are touching tips
type situation, but my ops are so unwashed. My ops are so unimaginably unwashed and nasty, and have the absolute worst fucking takes of all time. So what's this confession account doing? He's just
towards ShamWow. That changes things. Wow. Okay. It wasn't. So somebody else said the Ethan Klein thing. Okay, wow. How did I? Okay, so let's rewind. The 50 goes here, right? Or 56, maybe. Oh wait, I missed. Yeah, okay, there we go. 50 and 6. Got it. I think I got it correct now.
Fucking career. Aiden's career. We've been growing up with these like streamers' careers for like years, and
so these are the guys.
Mainly Asmon. We've really been doing Asmon. Asmon's been our main guy who's been feeding us for like years, and he's basically stopped. And it happened because we fell into an argument when the bot bugged out, and he wanted us to view bot other streamers as well, so it doesn't look like it was just him. And then he stopped paying us, and now the final invoice is like 50 grand.
Is he saying Asmongold? There's a payment issue with Asmongold?
And like he hasn't paid.
Yeah, no maths. I don't think I'll have to be doing much maths tonight.
It's like monthly recurring bills, and this month is 50 grand. He's not paying it.
Lying, they're just botters.
Yeah, I think I mentioned the fireworks after New Year's Eve because it was like amazing, and then it happened again in a smaller way for Chinese New Year, but it was still really cool, right? So like there's like the official holidays where I think people actually go up on I think it's like the Watt, right? I think they're actually like shooting some of them from the Watt, and like it's just like really professional, polished fireworks show. And then for stuff like Lunar New Year, people will just kind of have some fireworks and shoot them off of their buildings. I think is what goes on.
How do you
think? I think it's people going to the roof and shooting fireworks from there.
You gotta make money botting, bro. It's fucking. What is the point of making a view bot unless I'm selling views?
Wait, so they're
It's
just
not a lie. You want me to? We're view botting him right now. Look at how many views this idiot has. He has 100,000 views. We moved those views from this channel to his channel right now. We did that like 5-10 minutes ago, or I mean 6-7 minutes ago, something like that.
I don't get it. So they're just like straight up leaking all this shit. So where will this information go?
Incriminate ourselves. This is as far as it goes.
Bro,
so,
we should have intercepted the fucking memu browser, bro.
Well,
what the fuck? It's too late. I'll show you me logging into TikTok.
Careful, they're Nazis. They said Asmon not paying them makes him a Jew, so they might say some insane shit. Oh.
Wait. So this is the story. This is the story that they're giving. They're saying that they've been botting for Asmongold, right? I'm guessing. I wonder what the prompt is though, right? I'm not like what are they operating on? Because like somebody said it's always 10K above Hasan. I feel like it's more than that, isn't it? I feel like it's a little, but I think it is. I think it, like, I have heard other people notice a correlation between Hasan's numbers and Asmongold's numbers, meaning that when Hasan has more numbers, that's, Asmongold has enough to still be, higher in the rankings.
Shout out XQC, shout out H3H3 podcast, and
who else? And Sneeko. Shout out Sneeko. Sneeko. We love Sneeko. Sneeko's the realest one. Sneeko has never paid for V-Bots.
Sneeko didn't fold for the V-Bots.
Yes.
Sneeko didn't fold for the
Shout out
deal.
Sneeko. Sneeko's the realest streamer ever. He's never paid for a V-Bot. I'll confirm that right now. That guy never pays for a single V-Bot.
Oh, well, I mean, obviously these aren't people you can put much faith in.
He's a homosexual.
Yeah, that guy goes and dates with Chinese. Can't say that guy.
They knew you'd watch. So they say this on purpose. They aren't showing receipts.
Hello?
Might be attention seekers or blackmail.
you're lagging, bro.
We'll find out if they're lying or not. If they say I view bot, I want to.
Yeah, you're lagging.
But it would help me realize whether they're lying about fucking Asmongold and everybody else or
Can't
not.
take these hypocrites seriously. These people are the hypocrite liars. So fuck Nick, and this cockroach muncher, and that Sanabi. These people are awful. These political streamers are all awful. They're all
who is Sneakers? No, they said Sneeko, actually.
who don't stand by what they say. So if you take advice from these people, you're behind in life again. I've said this like sometimes. You are so behind.
No, somebody said that these guys are Nazis, so...
You suck. Nick Fuentes sucks. Asmongold sucks. And Sanabi's a fucking terrorist who spreads fucking...
You guys want to know something? You want to know something? Remember when the right-wing Avengers went into the club and they were playing the Yay song Heil Hitler?
Heil Hitler.
And everyone was blaming it on Sneeko. Andrew Tate was blaming it on Sneeko. All those people were blaming it on Sneeko. It was that little short midget guy, Nick Fuentes, that little short racist homosexual guy. And like I said, I'm gonna repeat myself. I have no problem with homosexuals. I love gay people, but he's a homosexual. So, and he did request the song to be played.
I don't get it. So they're like, what? These guys like, they're like weirdo Nazis, but they love H3H3, and they love Sneeko, but they fucking say I'm a terrorist. Like, how is that? How do you arrive at a worldview like this? Like, I don't understand. So like, they hate me because I'm not like a denier, but Nick Fuentes is a fucking denier, and they say he's like a gay Nazi.
There's not a lot of people that knows how to reverse the Twitch viewbot system.
Hey, Asmon, pay these guys. Who else is Asmongold gonna pay? The best in the game, bro. Like, the fuck? He's not gonna pay Neon's kickbotters, alright?
Yeah, bro, what do you think? These people are using actually, unironically...
Yeah, that's a good question. How does the payment work, right? Do they pay ahead of time? In which case, you're paying somebody sketchy. You're putting money in their hands, right? You put money into the hands of a sketchy person, more times than not, they will run with it, right? That money's going to disappear, right? Or the other way would be, you agree to, a rate for view botting. They do the view botting, and then maybe you don't pay them. Is that what they're claiming happened? I don't know, chat. Do you think this is how it works? Do you think this is the disincentive? Like, if you don't pay up, we're gonna out you.
People are using Selenium Indian bot farms to run their views, and that's why their shit is so ass.
They're not EU Nazis, bro. They're fucking actually
paying Bitcoin.
Shit, right?
But like, how do you know? Because there has to be like a handover, right? And when people you're dealing with somebody you can't trust, right? A handover is really fucking hard. Right? If you're trying to, back in the day, if you're trying to buy a bag of something that's not legal, and you give $40 to some guy that says he's gonna run around the corner, you know, make the exchange with his friend and then bring it right back to you. Like half of the time that guy's not coming back around the corner. It's British guy said Asmon prepaid 50K monthly and then stopped paying. So he had prepaid. So he did trust these guys. And then he stopped. Well, shouldn't they just, like, if he stops prepaying, shouldn't they just stop the, okay, no more bots. You're not prepaid anymore. Like, just be like, excuse me, Mr. Gold, your account has run out. You need to put more money on that. Probably put down a deposit and pay the rest after you get the bots. Yeah. I guess that's what, like, but I mean, that's sounding, yeah, wow. If they're doing it regular, it's probably some automated payment style agreement. Well, it sounds like that's what it is. The people are saying that's what it is, right? Is that they, Asmon was prepaying and he stopped. I just don't understand, like, why are you going to end up in a situation with, you know, no payment for services rendered if you're making him prepay, unless it's like Tanky Geiner saying, and it's a deposit sort of, or pay half of the money now and half of the money later kind of deal.
Paying for fucking Selenium browser Chrome extensions fucking opening up, all right?
Yeah,
That's not what he's
Selenium.
paying for.
No, it's like,
Actually, that low-key does make sense though, because like his majority viewership is from Europe. I wonder if it's just like because the bots are from Europe.
back end that like connects to Twitch and counts it as a view. They're just like opening up a bunch of browser tabs instead of actually doing like a raw system. So it's like super amateur with the view bots they have.
We showed a chimpanzee the average
So you're
American.
saying, Brave is saying they're still trying to get paid. They're still putting pressure on him to, but they kind of blown up the spot, haven't they, by going public with this though? You'd think that would be like the last step.
Americans politics.
You'd think first they'd start withdrawing the bots as a flex, and then they'd go forward with the, hey, Asmongold has been, you know, what, but I mean, that seems like you're scorched earth at that point, right? If you're gonna out, you know, your customer, you've lost that customer completely. 50K a month? What?
Yo, look at the bunny.
Is that what they're saying? Wait, was that the whole payment for that? I mean, still, that's like a lot, but.
Eric, do you see the chat with the bunny?
I do.
The bunny.
I don't know if I believe any of the shit that they're saying.
I don't know if it would be worth it for 50K. I mean, you would make like more money on Twitch. I don't know if the bots like watch ads or get counted as watching ads. I'm not sure about this. It's crazy that much money is being tossed around on Twitch. It's crazy how seriously people take Twitch, even not at the higher end of the view counts.
Get off the internet, you two need to do something to...
These guys are fake. The technical stuff they're saying is basically Star Trek techno babble that makes no sense.
This is fucking character development.
Yeah, what are you doing with your fucking time, you idiots?
Yeah, they said something. They said like we're on Ethan's side, right?
Excuse me.
But
what are you doing?
Here, let me roll it back.
This is the part in the plot of the movie when the fucking character develops so fucking...
What are these guys doing?
Yeah, they're showing no documents at all, so I don't know how I don't know how to judge the veracity.
Yeah, I don't know if you can prove. I don't think they've exactly proved that they're being paid by Asmongold.
Fucking character development.
Leave any of the.
Look at the Meg Griffin. Yo, look at the bunny. Yo, Eric, do you see the chat with the bunny?
I do.
The bunny.
I don't know if I believe any of the shit that they're saying.
Get off the internet, you two need to do something to...
These guys are fake. The technical stuff they're saying is basically Star Trek techno babble that makes no
This
sense.
is fucking character development.
Yeah, what are you doing with your fucking time, you idiots? Excuse me. What are you doing?
This is the part of the plot. This is the part in the plot of the movie when the fucking character develops so fucking...
What are these guys doing?
Yeah, they're showing no documents at all, so I don't know how I don't know how to judge the veracity of the information here. And I think Twitch might have taken him out. Or at least like they're not showing.
There has to be a financial payout if you're spending that money. That's what I'm thinking, Uncle Semrek, right? Is that the rate that makes sense for people to pay would be like if you could calculate, you know, I'm getting this many followers more. And yeah, it would make more sense if the bots are counting towards like viewership for ads, right? Because that's where the the bots obviously aren't going to sub to you, right? The bots are not going to be supportive community members, okay, in that sense. So the only way that they're going to make money from them is yeah, if they're somehow counting for ads, which would be crazy. You're getting paid monthly. There must be some kind of paper trail. Maybe
going up on the
make a
top.
bunch of money selling views. You sit on Twitch all day watching people donating money like a loser. You want to know something, bro? The streamers are donating money to me, and you're donating money to them.
See, he's not in the top anymore.
They give it to me. They give them.
So Twitch found their stream, found the botted stream, and has de-ranked it at this point. They're no longer showing up as like super popping off stream.
It's a full circle, and it's a full circle. It's been like this for like years.
It's not a circle because it's not a circle. It's just you. Because
So Twitch knows that these guys are doing this, and they just like took them out. I'm sure it'd be easy to post screenshots and sources of Asmon trying to buy bots. I wouldn't believe anything without proof. Yeah.
It's just you guys. So.
Yeah, based.
Great. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, based.
We're listening to the top.
I don't see you guys with 300,000.
We're listening to the top channel on the fucking platform right now with 189,000 views, as they're like quote unquote exposing Asmongold.
Snowhawk, his Twitch revenue is nice, but he's getting ridiculous amounts of money just from YouTube ad revenue, and there's a kick deal. Well, I don't know what the botting situation is like on YouTube for Asmongold, assuming he's dual streaming. I know he does dual streaming with Kick sometimes. And yeah, Kick paying for, so like Kick just raising the profile. Because essentially a lot of Kick streamers stream on Twitch as like an advertisement, right? They get better cuts of the revenue on Kick. So it's really a funnel where they're trying, their incentive is to try to pull people from Twitch to Kick. And so botting them is one way to do that. I could see it making sense financially for Kick. Also, there's just so much money sloshing around in Kick because of the gambling tie-in that I get the way that they act is a little bit like money is no object. Not YouTube streaming his. Oh yeah. His videos get pushed by the algorithm. I don't know if botting would help with like his YouTube revenue though, unless he's botting there too.
Bots from them.
And I know YouTube is a little bit more. From what I know, YouTube is a little bit more serious.
And Asmongold is ignoring it, which is he's like that's what I'm like confused by. Why the fuck is Asmongold ignoring this when they're like directly restreaming his stream?
Off of his channel
he must feel like this is some kind of like that he's gonna that by paying attention to these guys he's gonna incentivize them.
Everybody pay attention. I'm gonna take the views off of Asmongold's channel and then put them back onto our channel. You're gonna see his views drop and ours go up. Give me a second.
108K. Look at his chat. He ignores it. His chat is talking about it and he ignores. He doesn't talk about the view bots. He's really good at ignoring it. So he's good. He's so good at avoiding controversy. He's literally PR trained. He's Twitch PR trained.
I mean, these guys' fucking worldview is so brain broken.
CP links on his notepad. He's PR trained. Okay, so he's not going to interact with the view bots.
Oh yeah, like that black guy.
Nate Silver putting the kiss of death on Gavin Newsom. I like it.
He opened up the CP links.
Yes.
That shit was a movie. That shit was an actual movie.
Ask them for receipts. Mods are deleting shit in Asmongold's chat.
Sorry, yeah, that guy. That guy's a fucking weirdo. You cannot be that guy. And he's not that guy. He's not going to interact with V-bots. He's not going to get himself involved in controversy.
I don't think Asmongold is... If they can only take out Asmongold down to like 40K, then he's not view-botting. Or at least he's using... Yeah, they took him down to like 77K now. Like right after they said they would. How is that channel not banned yet?
Yeah, the system.
Bro, we're just using buzzwords. Like, the fuck?
Went down to 52K.
These guys are script kiddies.
You're slow stuff. Yes, bro. I'm at capacity with 300,000 open connections to Twitch, bro. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You got me, bro. My capacity is fucking a 250,000 open network connections. You finally have caught me.
I wouldn't believe it unless he goes under 50. Yeah, he goes down to like 50K when they take the boss away. But that would still mean that he has like 50K real viewers, which I don't think is the case.
I think it's 25K.
right now, my assessment is that these guys just started botting Asmongold the other day, unless they had like verifiable proof, documentation, something.
I agree. I think these are new botters.
Like that.
Or, I mean, sorry, not. I don't think they've been. Their claim that they are the botters for Asmongold, right? I don't think they've demonstrated that, right? I think there's still somebody botting. Like I think that they put their bots on and are trying to claim all this, but I don't buy it. I don't believe it. The idea would not be to remove all the bots, so there's a benefit of the doubt on his Oh, okay. Well, that's the nice way to do it, I guess. If they don't take him all the way down to his real numbers, so that they still have a threat, they can still threaten a way to expose him. Yeah.
And especially if like Asmongold is like hasn't paid him like 50K or whatever, then there's no reason for them not to leak this shit, right? So unless in the absence of like verifiable evidence that they put out there, it's tough to believe them. And the only thing is like they're probably just botting him right now to feed into the controversy, and that's it.
It sounds like they're scamming Asmongold. I think they want Asmongold to pay them, and I think they're lying.
Like they're botting currently to feed into the controversy and to make like a big show of it or whatever. And then now they've flipped it over to me.
Dog, okay, stop. Yo,
Now they're on Hasan.
over here, bro. Fuck Hasan Piker. We HD family over here.
So there we go. There we go. There we go.
Right now, yeah, I think they're just.
Isn't this crazy how like some of the worst people in the world are, if they have to choose a side, it's like Team Ethan. Even though Ethan, like if you ask him about what his views are, you know, he's a liberal. He tries to portray himself as very progressive, and it's like
just advertising their bots, which by the way is crazy that Twitch has done nothing about it.
Asmon has been paying us, and the invoices are behind her.
I think they're just advertising their bots, which by the way is crazy that Twitch has done. It's a different person than the usual 10 to 12K bots, basically applying a smoke screen.
We're not advertising our bots.
You are a terrorist. We're not advertising. This is not for sale. You're a moron and you're a terrorist. You are a terrorist. You should get deported.
Deported. My man said deported. Is your family Mossad bots? No, they don't like. They like Sneeko, so they're not like pro-Israel either.
That's what you're behind. You're a terrorist, Hasan. You're a fucking terrorist.
Is so
many Nazis do like Zionists. I don't know. Maybe they respect the genocide game.
Funny hearing a British person go, "You need to be deported."
You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. You're a danger to American society. Fuck you. Fuck your opinions. Fuck your country. You should get out of there.
They should show the DMs. Asmongold's not even acknowledging these guys, which is probably the smart.
What is that emote called?
But if they were to actually,
what is the British face emote? What is that one called?
Actually, if they were to actually show some proof, then I would think of it as something beyond
the one where it's all like
a bunch of dudes that are botting a bunch of different channels right now. Only to
that's the three head
controversy or potentially advertise their bots.
Oh, I thought it meant British.
For what they might say. Yeah. Who's the other guy? I don't know. Asmongold is falling for your North Korea bait tweet right now. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't give a shit.
You misspreads information. You want death. You literally show propaganda. You're a terrorist.
Guy who loves Sneeko, but says I'm a terrorist is a very fascinating character. By the way, he likes Sneeko. He likes Ethan Klein H3H3. And he fucking despises
it is code for British.
The American propaganda through and through. Tell him you don't give a fuck. Just ask him not to buy you. I mean, if I say that, they're gonna bot me. So I'm not saying any of that.
Yeah, you gotta recognize, right? You're in a very specific. You gotta be careful about your logic when dealing with people like this. And yeah, if. You don't want to. You want to be like, here's what I don't want you to do, because they'll do it.
Stop feeding these viewbot trolls. I just want to know what the fucking evidence is. That's all it is.
This guy is an absolute moron.
CSSWE guy, you can use ChatGPT to make bots. It isn't that difficult to do. The expensive part for something like Twitch viewbotting is paying for the large pools of EU residential IPs to make the traffic look like real EU viewers. What they do isn't special or hard. They are losers. I mean, I don't know.
Are they spending a lot of money on this?
Understand how any of this shit works. So for me, it's fucking rocket science. A Brit telling you your country is a shithole, but then saying you're a terrorist for saying death to America, which I know you didn't, doesn't make sense. No, I don't think this guy loves Israel because he said he loves Sneeko. So I can't even understand. I don't know. Also, what I don't understand is why my presence is like so triggering for this guy. If you want attention and you're getting it from me, I'm shocked that you would be losing your fucking mind like this on your stream.
Yeah, they do. They're talking like they think that if they say things that are negative about Hasan, or like he's gonna switch away because he's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm exposed. I don't want people to know I'm a terrorist. Let me click off of this.
Person, bro, you shock your dog. You fucking hate America.
Shock your dog. You hate America. You're a terrorist.
You platform terrorism.
You platform terrorism.
You're shocking. You're a horrifying person, bro.
You're an animal abuser.
It's not rocket science, it's computer science. I know, but computer science is rocket science for me. They're fucking fanning out.
No, computer science is all vibes now.
Okay? Sneeko doesn't view bot, and he's a nice guy. He doesn't kill dogs. He doesn't abuse
Kill
dogs.
dogs.
You spread Chinese and terrorist propaganda. You abuse.
Vamp says terrible southern British accent. Probably lives at home with his mom and dad.
Your dog. You're a fucking awful
His dad is probably a Reform MP.
person.
Oh, they're fucking. They're triggered into oblivion, dude. Why are they whining like?
They're scared, is what they are.
Toddlers, this shit's unbearable. I wonder what they.
I mean, look, it's a fucking celebrities. Pulled their stream up. That's what it is.
Think about Destiny.
Like Tim Pool and them, who is getting paid by Russia, except you're getting paid by China. You're just like them.
China.
Guy who says I'm getting paid by China won't even show the receipts from Asmongold. Their cortisol is spiking.
Love Israel.
Jamming.
We hate Hasan, so they're so confused. They are so confused on what we stand on. They're both awful. How about that? They're just both awful, guys.
Okay, great.
Both sides are awful, and I don't care. How about that? I don't care. I don't give a shit about what's going on in the Middle East. That man is a danger to American society. How about that?
But you're not even American.
Death to America on live stream.
Death to America on live stream.
That's all. That's the full stop of it. I don't give a shit about which Middle Eastern guy is murdering who out in the fucking sand. I don't care. It's about what this guy says and what this guy spreads as his message. With his
the message I spread is free Palestine. But I guess you don't care. So that is like you're a terrorist. So does Sneeko, by the way. But I guess you like Sneeko personally. Edgy motherfuckers are so
giving Elon vibes, yeah.
And whatnot. They're not even creative. At least say something other than spamming terrorists over and over again. No, he like lost his fucking mind. That's why he was like, "You're a terror. You're a terrorist. You're a danger to America as a British man."
Oh yeah. Good point, Ash Bradford. If with Hasan, yeah, and look, him putting these many eyes on them is a action that will probably end up, like you say, Ash, in getting them nuked. I don't even think necessarily just from the mods in Hasan's channel, but yeah, if there's mods in Hasan's channel seeing this, yeah, it's not, and it's just not just the slurs. I feel like they're gonna get who's Sneakers. Wait, are you kidding, Omega Star?
For danger to America.
Sneakers? Who's Sneakers?
How dastardly! I'm shaking right now. You're a fucking bellend, lad. These guys are the fucking Hillary Clinton supporters. They're lame as hell. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I'm fascinated by what their politics are, because like the reason why people call me a terrorist is because I'm anti-Israel. Right?
Yeah, you refuse to say I'm Israel high. You are Hamas.
Like that's where it comes from. But I think they just don't have any real political opinions at all. They're just being edgy and trolling. I still don't understand how the fuck Twitch hasn't done anything about it.
He's mocking my accent.
Yeah. So many people like this get their politics from like, Nooks Taco and people like that though. Which is pretty funny. The one time you don't spam the soundboard shaking my head. Yeah, it's the apolitical, I'm a politics understander, I'm a edgy centrist attitude demonstrated by people who don't actually have any real fucking real political worldview, real political opinions whatsoever, and they're just like, I watched a bunch of like drama accounts and that's how I developed my point of view.
And if anybody's wondering why they're not on screen, I'm gonna guess it's that Hasan, like, look, if they don't care about getting banned, probably, right? But Hasan does, right? So they might try to. In fact, even stream sniping like this is a little dangerous, isn't it? It's a little dangerous to stream snipe somebody for this very reason. Are you serious? Okay. Chud logic it is. Chat, I don't have time. I don't have time to... Do you hear that? Is that coming through? That's my... Yeah, I gotta get to Thai class. But I owe you some of this your bonus content. Like I said, I don't have time to do maths, but I don't think I have to do maths. I think it's like clearly... it's like, let me just look at it one more time. I am like 90% sure. Yeah, 18% plus 56% or 50% is going to be 68% versus 30% for Ethan Klein. And sorry, wait. No, I'm supposed to do the ShamWow, aren't I? I'm doing the ShamWow. Whoa, I almost fucked this up. ShamWow is actually, yeah, look at that. ShamWow, I don't have to do math. It is the ShamWow. It is not Chud Logic, even though that won the most of the votes. Let me see. What am I looking for? Rebecca Watson. We might have just enough time to react to this video, which we definitely don't have time to react to the whole Chud Logic, Turkey Tom, Nicholas DiOrio thing. But we'll get to it sometime. Don't worry, chat.
Today I want to talk about the upcoming midterm election.
Just enough time.
Who will represent Texas's 31st congressional district in the United States House of Representatives? Not because this is a crucial race where we might be able to flip a seat from red to blue, which is usually why I would call out a specific race in the midterms. No, that district has been solidly Republican for 2 decades now, and the guy who is currently in office, John Carter, is the guy who has been there for the entire 2 decades. At the age of 84, the only thing that's going to get Carter out of office is, let's be honest,
NCC bad, yeah, bad at remembering, which...
a massive coronary. So don't worry, there won't be any pressure at the end of this video to call your representatives or go knock on doors in your community. Nothing like that. No, the sole purpose of this video is simply to laugh at the guy who is, for lack of a better word, challenging John Carter. Offer Vince Shlomi, who is better known to people my age as Vince Offer, or better yet, the ShamWow guy. Now I feel like I went to high school with this guy. I went to college with this guy. I feel like this guy was always around. Not so much around in my life anymore, right? But this guy was always around, and he was always up to something incredibly sketchy. You begrudgingly admit that
this is the guy that you don't want to front $40 to go get a bag, go around the corner and get a bag from his friend. This guy, you will not see that $40 again if you give it to this guy.
There are people in my audience who were born too late to truly appreciate the infomercial golden age that was the mid-2000s.
Wait, am I right about that, Chad? Didn't he have were there some kind of like substance issues with this guy? Why do I feel like I remember this guy? The one I know for sure is that, yeah, he got arrested for assault and battery on a sex worker. Right, that's the famous scandal of the ShamWow guy, the thing that probably stopped him from selling more products on infomercials.
Comparison I can make is the flex tape guy, who's famous thanks to
I love that shit.
Memes.
I love that shit.
In the 2000s, we didn't need internet.
Chat, I want to make a flex tape boat. You know how they do the commercial where they cut the boat in half and then they tape it up and then they go, I think he did coke and Yeah, his version of the story is that the sex worker bit his tongue and he only hit the sex worker in order to get his tongue back. But I don't know if it was. I think that there was charges against both. And both sets of charges were dropped. I believe he's Steve-O. He is Steve-O coded. You're right. Yeah, I didn't make that connection.
Memes for television sales guys to achieve fame.
But look, Steve-O, I feel like I trust Steve-O. Like, I'm not, okay, that's a weird thing to say. I know, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Steve-O is like, I don't know.
Because 90% of the American population watched one of like 15 TV.
Like, I feel like Steve-O would not sell me to the Legion. Am I right? The ShamWow guy, I'm not so sure.
TV channels, and
the ShamWow guy would join the Legion.
Most of those channels after 11 p.m. or so would air the exact same infomercials. So the best salesmen realized that since most of us were high as shit after 11 p.m., they could capture our attention by being completely unhinged.
Damn, the naughty oddies.
Vince ruled the infomercial space thanks to his insane energy, his bright colors, and his frequent double entendres like, "You're gonna love my nuts." He made millions selling microfiber towels called ShamWow or the Slap Chop chopping appliance.
Probably trust Steve-O on anything except snakes, genitals, drugs, vehicles, heights, true.
Plus a few other products. Near the height of his fame.
Oh, the Slap Chop. I love this one. Did anyone get this? Does this shit actually work?
2009, Vince,
like, this looks like something I could use.
Made big headlines when he was arrested
I would make salsa.
In Florida, along with a prostitute. He accused her of biting his tongue and refusing to let go, and claimed that he needed to punch her repeatedly in the face in order to get away. Prosecutors refused to charge either party in that case, and the world moved on and mostly forgot about Vince. Now, 17 years later,
he's coded.
In the news because he says he's running to get the Republican nomination over the ancient
yeah, this guy would fight Macaulay Culkin for control of the Legion.
Incumbent on the promise of battling wokeness. He says he was inspired by seeing Charlie Kirk get assassinated. Take a look at his terrifying campaign ad.
Hey, it's Vince. I'm running.
This is all like a extended, protracted sewer slide scam or plan for him. That's what he's trying to do. He's like, I saw Charlie Kirk got taken out. Let me see if I can poke the beehive of wokeness and get
for Congress against this guy. Stop having a politician that's worse than Biden.
That's discretionary funding.
Instead, vote for me, a guy who's not half dead. I'm gonna soak up the swamp, clean the house, and pick up those liberal tears at the same time. I'm gonna slap chop the nuts out of the woke, making less blue-haired commies and more red-blooded Americans. Vote for me.
More AI slop.
So I can represent you and the ones that can't stand up for themselves.
Vote for ShamWow!
Paid for by OfferVid, ShamWow, Shlomi for Congress.
That was an endorsement from a fetus, I believe.
I gotta be honest, man. He still got it. Like, I was not expecting the fetus fist pump endorsement. I genuinely laughed. Thank you, Vince, and thank you, Charlie Kirk, for making that happen.
I mean, yeah, I'll give him this. He's funnier than most right-wingers.
The comedy doesn't stop there,
but I gotta say, there's something really tired about his shtick, right? It feels like he's trying to, like, rehash, like, MAGA patter from 2016 without... And his original stuff was funnier than that. Yeah, the subtle wiping away the homeless message. I think so. R.I.P. OxyClean, man. Wait, what happened to OxyClean? Was OxyClean Billy Mays?
In a lot of the interviews, I saw Vince reference Wokebusters, a video he says he was working on when Charlie Kirk was killed. None of the media outlets linked to it for some strange reason, but I found it on Vince's YouTube channel. I'm not going to play it, in part because, yes, it's genuinely terrible, but also because I'm pretty sure it's a slam dunk copyright violation, and the only reason Ray Parker Jr. hasn't sued him is because then Huey Lewis could sue Ray Parker Jr. for any resulting judgment, and then Parker would sue back, and on and on. It would just never end. So I'm just gonna, kind of sum it up for you and show you some clips. Vince is a woke buster, which means that when he finds a trans woman standing near a child, Vince shows up and blasts the trans woman with jizz, just completely covers her in sticky, gooey cum. In one scene, he prevents a doctor from using pruning shears to circumcise a little boy by blasting the doctor with cum, and there's so much cum that it splashes.
This is so foreskin man coded.
The little boy in the face. And the little boy clearly likes it. He doesn't just come on trans women, of course. He also comes on men who give black people university degrees. Then there are some really confusing scenes, like when he illustrates someone being canceled for being anti-Jew by showing...
Wait, is this supposed to be a Kanye reference somehow?
Men in suits approaching a random man on a park bench and stripping him down to his underpants for no reason. Also, Jesus is there. And at the end, there he is again, the fist pumping.
With the fist pumping baby,
Love that guy. And to conclude, of course, the somber dedication to Charlie Kirk, the original woke buster.
The original woke
Charlie would
buster.
have loved that video for a variety of reasons, most of them related to all...
Vamps, I was saying earlier, this guy has a lot in common with Chud Logic, right? In terms of his outlook towards gender ideology.
All the coming and naked men and stuff. So Vince
and not so subtle thirst towards trans women.
This is obviously a terrible person.
Everybody vote in Texas, yes.
And he's going to lose to John Carter, a 2,000-year-old Texas Republican who is also obviously a terrible person. So what more is there to say? Well, while reviewing all of the articles about this, along with looking at Vince's own Wikipedia page, there was one fact about his history that I was surprised was completely missing, and so I'd like to fill that in for you right now. A few months before Vince's famous run-in with the police back in 2009, my writers at Skepchick discovered that much of what Vince had achieved up until that point was thanks in part to his being a Scientologist. That's right. Buckle up, everybody. It's time for another video in my ongoing series of videos called, Oh, of course Scientologists are involved in this batshit thing somehow. Previously, you can check out my videos on Neil Gaiman, Danny Masterson, and Balance of Nature supplements. Vince became a Scientologist in 1982, and within a decade, he had built a fairly successful business selling kitchen gadgets to the point where he was ready to hire employees. And so, of course, he ended up hiring about 40 people, all of them Scientologists, because, that's what Scientologists do. Eventually, he was
like a fraternity,
paying these dozens of Scientologists to sell gadgets for him, at which point he stepped back and agreed to let 2 of the Scientologists run the business while paying him a passive income. But instead, those 2 Scientologists allegedly pocketed the money and tried to steal his business. This is detailed in a lawsuit he filed in 2004, which includes an extremely hilarious additional charge. Apparently, the reason that Vince wanted to step...
I think, chat, that he thought he was in the Scientology group chat, but he wasn't in the real Scientology group chat. There's another Scientology group chat that's like group chat without the ShamWow guy.
Back from his business was because he had finally raised enough money through that to fund his dream project, a movie that he wrote, directed, and starred in called The Underground Comedy Movie, which appears on this Wikipedia.
Oh no, that's what people were talking about.
The 20th century, and which involved.
Wait, were there people on the toilet in the cover of the movie? Film starring Vince Offer alongside comedy sessions featuring the music of NoFX and Guttermouth. Wait, isn't NoFX like a anti-fascist band? Am I wrong, chat?
Named Dick Man, who dressed in a penis costume and defeated his enemies by squirting them.
It does sound like Foreskin Man.
And with
a lot like.
Hold on.
That's the same thing that's in the.
Sounds familiar. Are we sure that it's trans women we need to keep away from children? I'm starting to wonder. Anyway, Vince alleged in his lawsuit that
maybe you need to keep Penis Man away from everybody.
Underground comedy movie was actually hampered behind the scenes by the Church of Scientology, saying that the same guys who stole his business engaged in a black propaganda campaign against him, claiming the movie.
Oh, wait, black propaganda? Is that the one where you put something forward that's supposed to be pro someone, but it's so scummy that it makes people hate that person? Like if you were like, you know, I don't know, somebody puts up a picture of a kitten being hurt, and like it's like brought to you by, you know, by whatever ShamWow guy.
Movie was bad art and that he was spending too much money on it, less than he was giving to the church, which is obviously a huge sin.
Like if you had somebody come out and be like, we are pedophiles for the ShamWow guy. We are NAMBLA members for the, you know what I mean? Like an endorsement from something disreputable kind of deal.
At the Church of Scientology. They
Omega Star, are you psychic?
Also accused Vince of being a pornographer and a sex pervert. I mean, you know what? Let's move on.
I mean, he's something. He is something.
Scientologists dragged him in front of their own court, branded him a criminal, and pressured him out of the organization, possibly making him the first person in the world to make a movie so bad that it got him kicked out of a cult. A few months later, a judge threw out the lawsuit, and Vince went on to make millions in the infomercial game, allowing him to spend his money on prostitutes instead of Scientology courses, which I guess is a win.
Probably an upgrade, yeah.
So there you have it. How Scientology intentionally and unintentionally helped the ShamWow guy achieve his kitchen gadget dreams, make one of the worst movies of all time, and now run for political office. Honestly, I'm almost rooting for the coronary so we have a chance of 2 more years of Vince in the public eye. I'm sure he has the talent to convince more people through the power of comedy skits where he comes on children that trans women are the real predators.
Ew! Chat, I'm going to raid you into USA Hull if you're watching on Twitch. USA Hull seems to be watching Alex Jones. Just a warning though, USA Hull has this little plugin for Twitch that automatically shows a random embarrassing clip, probably from before I remember, like probably a very old, like possibly a matter that I completely have changed my mind on, or a embarrassing, out of context clip. I mean, there's so many bad clips that you could see, but just warning, yeah, there's somehow they're like their thing, it always their plugin always comes back to bite me. I am gonna take this moment to thank my Patreons. Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the end and beginning of each stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB, Brian, shouts out to Emily French, Big Al Cake Mix, Direful, Joel Siverwood, Sarah, Izzy Mandia, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, or else Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choky, Moe No Ape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabi, Jules K, Crystal Saphira, and Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and Zara Xerix that we should be rating anytime now, chat. Thank you, mods, for taking care of us, making sure that everybody has a safe and fun time in chat. Much appreciation for that. Much appreciation to everybody that likes the stream, right? And especially if when you vote for bonus content, you're like also liking the stream, because that's a great like connection, I guess, to make in your mind. Wait, I don't even know. Did we already raid? It feels like maybe we already hit the raid. I can't tell, chat. I can't tell if it's. I think it raided. Here, I can look on the other end. Yes, indeed, we've raided in. There's USA Hull. Do we get the music? Oh, I came in too late for the music. It's my fault.
Me, Gwen, and
my fault.
My wonderful co-host, Mr.
But yeah, go check out USA Hull on twitch.tv when you have a chance, and you might even see a cringy clip of mine, assuming they still have that plugin. Much love, everybody. I will see you probably tomorrow. We need to somehow figure out how to do those video game streams. So I'm going to work on that, even if there is not, content for tomorrow. Trust, there's still stuff that we can do. So we'll see if I can get that going, so be on the lookout for that. Much love, everybody. I will see you later.